Mets, step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town. Oh, the butcher and the baker and the people on the streets, where do they go? To meet the Mets! Oh, they're hollering and cheering and they're jumping in their seats. Where do they go? To meet the Mets! All the fans are true to the orange and blue, so hurry up and come on down, 'cause we got ourselves a ball club, the Mets of New York town. Give 'em a yell! Give 'em a hand! And let 'em know you're rooting in the stand. Come on and meet the Mets. Meet the Mets. Step right up and greet the Mets. Bring your kiddies, bring your wife. Guaranteed to have the time of your life, because the Mets are really socking the ball, knocking those home runs over the wall. East side, west side, everybody's coming down to meet the METS Mets of New York town, of New York town.
Mets fans, it is time. It is the MLB trade deadline. Jacob deGrom is back in this Mets rotation for the first time in over 13 months. We will be going over everything that you need to know in the waning hours here leading up to 6 p.m. This year's MLB trade deadline, in which I assure you, Mets fans, they will make moves. You will more than likely be happy about these moves, and we have a lot to get into. Rumblings are going. Mets are kind of quiet right now, which I do think is a good thing. They're showing interest. They want Contreras. They want a Robertson. They want a Chafin or a Fulmer. There are pieces out there. Every single player that the Mets currently want is still out there, available on the market. So for all you schmucks coming in, saying that we're sleeping, all this stuff, if the Mets do not make moves past 6 p.m., by all means, I will rant away just like you fellow Mets fans. But what I tell you is have patience. There's a reason why all the players the Mets want are still out there. I promise you they are going to come in. They're going to make moves. Just have patience. Patience is a virtue. It literally took to the final hour last year for the Mets to land Javi Baez. I'm not saying that that will be the case today in the Mets landing some players. However, what that does mean is that now that Juan Soto is off the market, which we will be discussing here shortly, I'll be breaking down that impact and why the Mets' chances of making a deal with the Chicago Cubs in particular are far greater than they ever were. So, guys, thank you all so much, everyone chiming in. We got roughly 700 live viewers in here. Appreciate every single one of you guys. Anyone in here that's going to come in here and say that Billy Big Bucks is either sleeping or he's a terrible GM, by all means, just get out of the show. I mean, if you're going to be acting that impatient, you clearly don't know how trade deadlines work. There's a reason, again, why Contreras, why Robertson, why even Happ, just for the sake of mentioning his name because he's with the Cubs right now. Why JD Martinez? Why Andrew Chafin? Why Michael Fulmer? Why Brandon Drury? Why all these players and their mother are still out there on the market? So calm your tits. Let's get ready. A lot of moves are going to happen for the Mets. I think we're going to come out very happy in the end. And if we don't, then by all means, I will be the first to rant about it. We will rant together. And then I will really argue why this franchise came out and did absolutely nothing, while the rest of the contending teams in the NL and the AL came out and made big splashes for their respective clubs. So, a lot to get into. I do see a bunch of donations. Let's get into it first. Thank you guys so much for chiming in, guys. We're going to get upwards of 1,000 viewers in here real quick. I can already tell because you guys are amazing. All I ask for everyone that's currently chiming in the show, please make sure to smash that like and subscribe button. Greatly appreciated. We're going to try to get 100 likes for the first short-term goal if we're not there already. Going to try to get upwards of 1,000 likes by the end of the live show, guys. More than likely, if any moves happen, we'll stay live here in the show. I did a lot of prep work, so as long as it isn't something completely out of left field, it shouldn't take me long to have to switch things with the graphics, the thumbnail, and all that stuff. And then for people on replay, I'll put timestamps for the show because this will be a 4+ hour long show right now. lean up to the deadline. And then I might even download this video after and then show you the different type of segments of my initial reactions to whatever moves the Mets make. So that way you guys don't need to just chime in for people on replay and just watch a 4-hour plus launch show. I'll make it easier for your life the best that I can. But let's get these donations and we'll advance further here in the show. We will deep dive all the latest news. I got a lot to say about Juan Soto being the San Diego Padre. Can't really say I'm too surprised, but man, oh man, that's a phenomenal deal for them. I wish the Padres all the best as long as they aren't an issue for the Mets. You know, if they match up and say hypothetically an NLCS or something, I like the Mets' chances, don't get me wrong, but Tatis coming back this weekend on a rehab stint. Man, oh man, that core four, and they casually just threw in Josh Bell on that deal. But like I said, I got more to say. Billy's sleeping. Johnny, the only one sleeping is you right now, not paying attention, my friend. Let's get these donations. David, thank you so much for the $5 donor earlier. Love you, Dave, on the channel. Dave Kaplitz. Dave, you have nothing to be disgusted about. To anyone that actually thought that the Mets would be able to land Juan Soto after it became abundantly clear that Mike Rizzo will not trade within the division, then unfortunately that's just shame on you for thinking irrationally, guys. Look, the Mets put up a really good offer for Juan Soto. They even threw in Francisco Alvarez, the top prospect out there. And that was still not enough to land Soto. The sole reason is Rizzo not wanting to have to deal with that being Juan Soto in the division with his rival for the next 15 years with the assumption that the Mets would extend him. He goes out west, thankfully not the Dodgers, which I like. I honestly love that he went to the Padres, not as much as I would have loved the Cardinals because I know the Cardinals wouldn't be able to extend him, and the Cardinals really don't worry me at all. The Padres, I do have some worries about. I think they're going to be a phenomenal matchup. I'm ready for the challenge. Soto and Tatis together is nuts, but biggest moral of the story from the dono that I saw, Dave, is that the Mets are going to make moves. They never had a realistic shot for Soto after the initial reports came out that they were showing interest. Once it became abundantly clear that Rizzo is not trading in the division for the likes of a generational talent Juan Soto, we just had to shift to the next opportunity, okay? It's as simple as that. Why was Josh Bell not traded yesterday, folks? I didn't think he was going to go to the Padres, but I was wrong. He was basically a throw in that deal with a plethora of prospects that we saw. Eric Hosmer didn't want to get traded there. It looks like that he's probably going to get bought out by the Padres at this juncture because he had the Nats on his no trade list, and we'll see where Hosmer lands up, but who cares? I mean, honestly, literally, who cares? Hosmer's time in San Diego is done. I do not expect him to play even one more game in San Diego, knowing how they've treated him for over a year now, trying to part ways with his ass. But let's get more donations here, guys, because I know we got a bunch of them. I'm going to be addressing as many as I can, as fast as I can. But while I'm addressing the donos in between, I'm going to give you guys updates. And, of course, guys, if you see any legit news, prominent news on Twitter, let me know in the chat, and then we'll go from there. I'm going to be looking down at my phone a lot just because this is a trade deadline. If I do it on my monitor, my computer tends to slow down while going on Twitter. So I will probably be on my phone more than anything, more than I will be, say, looking at my separate monitor for news. So I do apologize, guys, if you see my head down like this a lot. Just know it's for good reason because we're trying to stay updated today on all the latest news and rumors. The latest move that happened we saw was two relievers, that being Pop and also Bass from the Marlins, headed to the Toronto Blue Jays in return for a nice prospect in Jordan Groshans, the shortstop prospect that can probably shift to third if need be. But with Jazz Chisholm, however, he's at second. It can make sense that he could be the future for them in the infield. So nice move for the Marlins. I like that move for both sides right off the jump. And, of course, the Toronto team, they need bullpen help more than anything. Same thing that they didn't address last year properly. They're finally starting to address to a degree this year. Good moves for them. But we got a plethora of donations. Let me just get back from the top, guys, and we'll go from there. I greatly appreciate everyone chiming in, guys. We are breaking down all the latest news and rumors for the New York Mets as they are potentially minutes to hours away from acquiring some significant pieces to help this team try to go on a deep run this year. Now, how deep will they go? How significant will these moves be? Only time will tell. But if I'm a betting man, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that a lot of Mets fans, if not all of you, are going to be pretty damn satisfied with what the Mets come out with. Mike, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Mike says, how are you, boy? Woo, Sass in regards to the stream. Love that. Appreciate you, Mike. Glad to have someone covering on YouTube, and he's a Mets guy. Thank you, Mr. Oh, thank you so much, Mike. I appreciate you. Hype in the chat. Let's get some love in the chat for Mr. Mike95. Love the name. Love the Sass thing there, too. Appreciate you kindly, my friend. Happy to have you in here. God bless. Let's get some hype in the chat for Mike, guys. Let's go down the list and more donos before I address more on the Mets, because it's going to be a lot of repetition here in the show, guys. Like I said, this will be a 4-hour long show. I'm going to be talking about the same guys over and over again, until either they land with the Mets and we react live in real time, or if we find out a situation where they are parted elsewhere, or if the Mets just go in a different direction. But Baseball Fanatic, thank you so much for the dono. We're right around 1,000 viewers and we're 10 minutes in the show. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you kindly. Continue smashing that like and subscribe on. We're trying to get to 17K subs by the end of the day, folks. We're only around 300 away. Continue to smash those buttons. Thank you guys all so much in advance. We're on the road to 20K, so help us get there if you guys enjoy consistent Mets content like this daily on the channel. And I'll even be in DC tomorrow for Game 3 of the Mets matchup against the Nationals, in which they'll be facing a farm team now. The same way that Jacob deGrom is continuing his rehab assignment tonight in DC now that Juan Soto and Josh Bell are no longer on the club. Baseball Fanatic with a $5 dono. He says, love that Soto's out of the NL East. Don't worry about him in the division for the next 2.5 years. Now we need DH, bullpen, arms, and catcher. 100% agree, and I have a strong feeling the Mets will certainly address all these areas of need. I'm looking forward to it. Let's see what the Mets can do. Shreman with the $2 donation. Shreman says, Wardy, I couldn't care less what the Padres did. I mean, look, I care about what the Padres did in the sense of AJ Preller single-handedly won the trade deadline. There's no denying that. He went out and got Hader for a good price yesterday. One of the best relievers in the game when he's on. He had a rough July, but one month does not describe the entirety of Hader as a closer and an overall reliever. They landed Hader yesterday. They landed Soto and Bell today. I mean, the Padres did a phenomenal job. Preller put all his chips in, and he actually succeeded. So shout out to the Padres. Preller was the biggest laughingstock in all of baseball last year. It was a bigger collapse in a lot of ways than the Mets because they looked like they had Max Scherzer, and then Scherzer vetoed that to go to LA. So after that, what did they do? They acquired Adam Frazier and Jake Marisnick and Daniel Hudson, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. They did absolutely nothing drastic at all last year, and that really hurted them in the end. They had a complete collapse, did not even make playoffs after a phenomenal start. The Tatis injuries, everything else going on. So Preller really needed to come out and make a statement. He surely did that. I'm not worried about Soto going in the sense of right now. My only focus is if the Mets and the Padres match up in playoffs, they're going to have a healthy Tatis. You're going to have a healthy Soto. That duo is going to be the most electric duo in baseball. I don't think there's really much arguing there. The two biggest, youngest phenoms of baseball together on the same club. Man, that's going to be fun to watch. I'm excited for Padres fans. I'm excited for my man Hog at Hogwash as well. Borna, you know who you are. But yeah, I mean, just overall, I'm happy that he's out of division. And I also know that there is a possibility that Soto will hit the market. I know that the Padres will do their best to extend him, regardless on if Machado opts out of his deal after next year or not, which very well could happen if Machado wants a bigger bag, because he can get one than what he would get for the remainder of this deal with the Padres at the age of 31 next year. But Soto's more than likely still going to test the waters in free agency, and should he do that, that's where Steve Cohen can actually come in and have a say. Something that Mike Rizzo can do nothing about, assuming that he's even still GM for the Nationals at that point, as they're currently in a flux of changing ownership. So who knows what his future holds. Trevin, thank you so much for the dono. I'd imagine that the cheapest tickets in DC starting tonight and for the remainder of the year and beyond are like, what, $2, $3? Seriously. But there's a lot of donations, guys. I'm trying to get to them all, so please bear with me as we are trying to stay up to date here in the show. And of course, guys, like I said, if you have anything that you guys news-wise that you want to share with me in the show, by all means, let me know. I would just say the best thing is to tag me on Twitter. It will be better to tag me on Twitter aside from spamming things in the chat. And a report just came out that teams are talking to the Giants still about Carlos Rodon. So we'll see if anything happens on that front. Okay, guys, going down the list of here are the donos. Thank you so much again for them. You guys are the best. Dan, let's see. Dan, my man. Thank you so much for the $10 dono, Dan. Think it's possible to get Contreras, Robertson, and JD Martinez. Mets are really good, but offensive production for DH and catcher is still significant problems. Dan, this is my personal opinion. If the Mets land Contreras, Robertson, and another bat, it's either going to be another player from the Chicago Cubs or it's going to be someone from the NL Central. I think it's going to either be Brandon Drury, Kyle Farmer, or the biggest and the one that will blow all Mets fans' socks off is if somehow, some way the Mets landed Happ as well. Not getting my hopes up on it, but something to keep in mind as the Cubs feel really adamant about doing a package deal with parting ways with their most coveted assets right now, and Contreras and Robertson and Happ. There's a reason why the Dodgers are pushing hard right now for both Robertson and Happ. And if the Mets are really sold on Robertson, I don't know. I have no clue if they'll be able to get the job done for just Contreras and Robertson, when apparently, according to the Cubs, they really want Matthew Allen. They want him a lot last year. They're being stubborn. It seems like that they want him a lot this year. And as much as the Mets don't want to part with a top prospect in Allen, you'd have to imagine that the Mets are going to part with a top prospect. They're going to go all in if they're going to pay up. If in that scenario, you can imagine that they would want a guy that has another year of control added in that deal, and that is Ian Happ. So keep an eye out. Mets. I'd imagine that they have creative scenarios working right now. I'm excited to see what they're going to do is an understatement. It really is. Dan, thank you so much for that donation. TJ with the $10 dono. TJ says, which team is more of a threat at this point, Dodgers or Padres? Also, do I think Padres can threaten the division, or is it too late? How far are the Padres out of the division right now? Let's check that. 2, I think the Dodgers are still the bigger threat because they have the experience, and the championship pedigree behind them. However, if Tatis comes back fully healthy and really deepens that lineup, like back-to-back with Soto, it will not take long for the Padres to be right up there, neck and neck. Because when you look at a core 4, the Padres have the best in baseball. I don't think there's any arguing that whatsoever. The Padres have a better core 4 in baseball right now than even the Dodgers. The Dodgers core 4 of Mookie, Freeman, pardon me because I tend to blank, Trey Turner, and what's one more guy that you want to throw in there that's in the core 4 right now? I mean, Will Smith last year was better than Will Smith this year. Cody Belly is not the guy. He's so hit or miss. Max Muncy when he's on. I mean, I'm taking Machado, Soto, Tatis, and Bell any and every day of the week over any other team's core 4 in baseball right now. So if that core 4 really performs to the expectation that they can, they're gonna be tall tasks. For Juan Soto is having his worst offensive of the year this year because he isn't not getting any pitches a hit. He's had to swing on garbage all year long. Just wait until you see Soto protected in this Padres lineup. It's going to be effing electric when Tatis gets back. If he's fully healthy, they are going to do some serious damage. But before I go further, TJ, I did want to look quick on how far the Padres are out of first right now because I don't know off the top of my head. So the Mets, not the Mets. The Dodgers are currently, Padres are 12 out. Ooh, that's tough. I don't think the Padres are going to catch the Dodgers. However, the Padres are going to make playoffs, and that's going to be exciting for them for sure. TJ, thank you so much for the dono. Appreciate you, my friend. Let's see. A couple new members. Thank you so much, Brian Babcock, new member. Thank you so much for that one. Mikey, new member on the channel. Appreciate you guys. Thank you kindly for that. Hype in the chat, guys, as well. Nothing's imminent as of right now. That's fine. Again, I wouldn't be surprised if nothing's imminent for the Mets quite literally until the final hour. That tends to happen a lot, especially for a Mets team that's working with clubs that are weighing options with other teams. They're going to grind things out until they feel that they have the best offer on the table. And they will go to the last hour, to the final minute, as a matter of fact. John with the $5 donation. John says, hey, Worry, what's up, John? And please enjoy your Disney trip, my man. I appreciate you chiming in, but I know you're with the fam in Disney, so make sure you're focusing there. I think we'll make a bullpen move or two, but if it's 5:59, no moves, what will be going through your head? What would be going through my head is that the Mets are deep in negotiations and they will get moves done. It's just a matter of what. I can promise you the Mets will make moves today, folks. It's not the matter of if. It is a guarantee that they will. John, thank you so much for that donation. Appreciate you a lot. Dave with $2 weight to Grom will have an easy game tonight. I think Jake was going to have a fairly easy game tonight regardless, but yeah, now that he has another AAA start essentially, yeah, it's going to be a nice warm-up back in this rotation. Okay, Joey Gallo is possible for the Dodgers, sources say. Ken Rosenthal just said that. Deal would be a double-A pitcher and Clayton Beater. Joey Gallo to the Dodgers. What do they want? Cody Bellinger 2.0? Interesting. That would be... Guys, Joey Gallo looks like he's on his way to LA. What's your thoughts about that? Granted, if there's any team that I think could find his swing again, I would say the Dodgers. However, Joey couldn't handle the bright lights in New York. Can he handle the pressure in LA? He knows out west better during his time in Texas. I'm sure he'd be more comfortable there. Yanks fans literally treat this man like dirt left and right from the beginning. So, I mean, that's brutal. Gallo to the Dodgers is nuts. That's just scary because the Dodgers can make They can make, look, the same way that the Dodgers made Max Muncy a borderline, not even MLB caliber player to an all-star, I could see them bring Joey Gallo back to life. But with saying that, even when Joey Gallo is at his peak, that man is a strikeout monster, and I cannot wait for Max Muncy to go down. Not Max Muncy, for Max Scherzer to go down and in on that bad boy or fastball up and away. Yeah. I love the Mets' chances of striking his ass out some more. But yeah, that's the breaking news, guys. And Pat Ragazzo broke the news. Let's see. Thank you so much again for that dono, Dave. I appreciate you. Let's see here, guys. I see a lot of fake news in the chat. I do want to get some more donations. I haven't even been able to look at your comments of recent because of the Joey Gallo move that just happened. So Joey Gallo is going for a double-A pitcher, folks. That move just happened. And no, Rays did not get Contreras. Stop the count. That's nonsense. Hold on, everybody. I'm checking up on all the reports as we speak. Okay, now let's get more donations, guys. So Joey Gallo, your latest move tonight, not tonight, today, here at least on the East Coast, and that is that, yes, he's heading to the LA Dodgers. So they got not one, but two Joey Gallos now in the club. Good for them. That's all I kind of have to say about that. Hold on, guys. Man, it's really hard to catch up. It's very hard to catch up with these donations when we got roughly 1,400 people in here. I apologize, everybody. And I'm going to put up a poll in the chat actually very soon as to what player you guys want the most. So bear with me. Let me see if the donos look easier this way. And guys, we're almost at 300 likes already. Thank you guys so much for that. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button. Appreciate every single one of you guys. Okay, hold on. Hold on, everybody. Wish there was an easier way to look at these damn donations, but it really isn't. Hold on. Guys, if I miss anyone's donations, I really do apologize. I'm trying to get caught up here. It's difficult. It's very difficult right now in the chat. I'm not going to lie. So I'm doing my absolute best. Shout out all my members in the show right now, too. As we see again, Joey Gallo is, in fact, an LA Dodger. That's so stupid. Whatever. I mean, again, Dodgers can definitely turn him into something good again. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay, now I'm where I was. Hold on, everybody. Again, my apologies. I know for a lot of people that are watching right now or on replay, they're probably like, what the hell's going on? And I'm going to have to repeat myself so much here in the live show. You have no idea. But again, I'm trying to get everyone's donations the best I possibly can. So please just bear with me. I really need to find out what's going to happen with the Cubs, man. That's a team to watch. I think the Mets are fully engulfed on Chicago right now for a second consecutive trade deadline for some prominent players. Darren with the dono. Thank you so much, Darren. Rory, here's some bucks. Get a drink on me. Appreciate you, Darren. Love you, buddy. Didn't get any chance to buy you one, and we'll have to meet up next time you're in town for sure. Have faith in Billy. Big bucks. Moves are coming. Absolutely, Darren. God bless my man. I'm sure you're having a phenomenal evening, right? What time is it? Like, what, 7, almost 7:30 where you are? Regardless, appreciate you chopping in, my man. Have a good evening. This is going to be fun for you. I assure you, you're going to see some moves tonight that you're going to be very happy about from the Mets side of things. Hosmer's being traded to the Red Sox. What is that? Hosmer's being traded to the Red Sox. Is that JD Martinez music? What's up, Ballcap? Appreciate you chiming in, my man. Hype in the chat for Ballcap Sports. Make sure to check him out on YouTube. Jorge Lopez, the Twins. Yeah, I saw that earlier. Thank you so much for the donut. Great move for the Twins. I was surprised that the Orioles dealt him, but I know that the Twins did give up some prospects, so it makes sense. Appreciate that dono, Dave, for Jorge Lopez, who's having an anomaly of a year. Far and away his best and only good year so far as a reliever. Prior to this season, he's been absolutely atrocious. And D-Book, I'm looking at the chat, my man. But yeah, okay, so that's nuts. Come on, Billy Boy. Give me Contreras, please. We all want Wilson. I promise you the Mets are pushing hard for Wilson as we speak. And it could come down to the final hour even. Thank you so much for that dono. So yeah, every player that the Mets, as you see here, are reportedly connected to, for the most part, are having active discussions about at this juncture. Randy with the donut says, Dodgers versus Mets to rep the National League in the World Series. So like you're saying NLCS. That very well can happen, Randy. Wouldn't surprise me at all. That's definitely feasible. Thank you so much for the dono. Hype in the chat to you, Randy. My apologies for being off with the Gallo news, guys. Like I said, you guys got to tag me in anything and everything that happens today, guys. Please do. Sean with the $5 donation. Sean says, considering that all these contenders are done dealing, doesn't this make it easier for the Mets for Contreras, Robertson, Martinez, etc.? See, you would think that, but it comes down to, one, the opposing team's stubbornness when it comes to dealing with the prospects they're looking for, and two, the Mets and how firm they want to stand, if at all, with parting ways with certain prospects. So yes, the ball is not in these teams' court as much as it was just, a couple hours to a day ago, but these teams still have leverage to an extent, just not as much as before. Appreciate that, Dono. Okay. Padres almost certainly paying the vast majority of the remaining deal for Hosmer. So Hosmer is going to the Red Sox, and he's getting paid basically in full by the Padres still. That's nuts. I mean, it makes sense. If that was the way to make Soto still happen, I understand that. That's crazy, though. And I got Mets fans probably in the chat and swearing at me on Twitter saying the Mets won't do anything. You guys crack me up. Hold on. Let me get in here with more of the donos, guys. Appreciate everyone chiming in. We got 1,400 beautiful viewers in here. You guys are the best. Yep, Hosmer's the latest move. Two left-handed bats. Both have been underwhelming in their own ways. And Eric Hosmer and Joey Gallo. Joey Gallo's an LA Dodger, and Eric Hosmer is now a Red Sox. Dom Smith is not going to the Red Sox. That is correct. Yes, it would appear that Dom Smith, as crazy as it is, maybe Dom isn't even going to be traded at all. You would think that Dom would be dealt, but maybe he's not now. I felt like if Dom was going to be dealt, it would be more likely to the Red Sox than Chicago, just because it seemed like Heimblum really loved him. But at the same time, they just got a lefty bat for free, basically, that would take over exactly what Dom would be. So I don't know what Dom's future entails, but it certainly is not in a Mets uniform. Robert Powers with a $5 donation. Thank you so much for that, Robert. Hype in the chat to you. Let's get some love and hype in the chat to Robert. Thank you kindly for that one. Yeah, I don't think Dom's going to Boston now. Jose, thank you so much for your $2 donation. What's up, my man? Appreciate you chiming in. Really, really do. Shout out to all you guys. Again, still trying to get caught up here to make sure that I didn't miss anything. I think I'm caught up with the donos now, or at least close to. Thank you guys all so much for the donos. I appreciate you. Okay. Michael Mayer, Mets have been in discussion with the Cubs about catcher Wilson Contreras. Mets would still like to add a right-handed bat before the deadline. Yes, we know this. We all know this. Yep. And I have a strong feeling that if the Mets land Contreras, that'll only be one of 2 or 3 total players coming back from Chicago. Thank you to everyone that tagged me on Twitter. I appreciate that. I need those updates. I really do. All right, guys, let me put up a poll now on the live show to my 1,500 viewers. Guys, we're getting north of 500 likes rate. Thank you so much. We're going to try to get to 1,000. That's the goal here in the live show. So continue smashing those buttons. Thank you so much in advance, and help us get a 17K subs as well. Greatly appreciated. If you guys want me to go over, in full all the players that the Mets are currently tagged to shortly, I gladly will. However, I think a lot of you guys have at least a decent grasp. Wow, Jeff Passan cited Pat Regazzo. I love that. I love Regazzo. Regazzo literally just got cited as the first report for the Gallo deal. That's nuts. Shout out to Pat Regazzo. We love him. Regazzo's been on the channel a plethora of times. Love that man. Hold on, everybody. I want to get a poll here in the chat. Just give me 1 second as I'm tweeting something out. I hate myself. Hold on. I can't type for the life of me. Holy shit. Okay. Now let's get a poll here in the chat, guys. All right. So let me see. I want to know how everyone's feeling. What players do you want or think will land in Queens? Give me 1 second, everybody. I just focus offensively with this because I think most Mets fans are all in unison on the bullpen that they want. We all like a lot of the same guys, but offensively it might be different for you. So that's why I put it there in the chat. Who do you guys potentially prefer that the Mets do from an offensive stance? So there you go. It's in the chat right there. Hold on. If there were donations, Alberto, thank you so much for the $5 dono. Trust me, Soto will be a free agent at the end of this 3 years from now. And then he'll make his way home to. I hope he comes to the Mets. That'd be insane. I do think he's still going to test the market, so I agree with you there. I heard Showtime wants the Mets. Thoughts? I mean, I know Billy Upper wants Showtime, so that's something that we're definitely going to address more in the offseason. Mets 1919. Wardy, get up to kick things off like with Bassett. Get up. I have to use the bathroom, so I will leave the chat for a minute here in a minute to take a piss. So maybe when I leave for a minute to come back and move will happen. We'll see. Salvi, surprised Royals aren't trading him. Not surprised at all, Jeremy. Royals are very stubborn with their veterans from the 2015 team a lot, too. Salvi's going to more than likely retire as a Royal. I don't see him going anywhere. Yeah. Royals are usually not an easy team to trade with, especially for more of their veteran guys. Benintendi, they gave away for nothing, but, that's a different story. They only had Benny for like a year or two. You're hyped, Joseph? I'm hyped too. All right, guys. So, again, keep me in tune on Twitter. Very much appreciated, guys. And make sure to answer the poll in the chat. Colin Horderman just got caught up in the Pirates system, so he's going to be making his Pirates debut soon. Good for him. All right, guys, let me ask everybody here in the live show right now. Not ask. Let's go in order. Because I feel like this will be one of many times I do it today. Today's like draft day. It is. It's insane. It's always nuts like this. Hosmer's heading to Boston. We know that. Joey to the Dodgers. Okay. Wilson Contreras. I think most Mets fans want. How can you not want Wilson Contreras just for the immediate impact he brings as a catcher / DH? In case you guys are wondering, if you're new out there, it's my 1,500 plus live viewers right now. Why? And let's go, Brennan. Trust me when I say the Mets will make a move. I promise you that. It's not all about your Yankees, buddy. What I will say, though, is that what's so appealing about Contreras is, one, he's a rental. So even though he's a little pricey, he's not as pricey as he could be if he just had another year of control. Two, Contreras automatically brings the Mets a sustainable bat in the catching position, something they haven't had all year. And three, what do the Mets need more than anything outside of catchers? They need a right-hand bat, a guy that actually knows how to hit lefty pitching. Even the Mets' best in the lineup, a lot of them have struggled mightily against southpaws this year, including Pete Alonso, who is the biggest bopper in this lineup. Wilson Contreras on the year has right around 1,000 OPS against southpaws. He is phenomenal against lefties, can be utilized at the catching spot for one day, DH the other based on matchup. Get very creative with what you do. And I love that every single second. So love that for Wilson Contreras. I pray the Mets get him. The Mets are basically one of two finals for Contreras, other than if there's any other mystery names that haven't been floated out there yet. And that is quite literally just the Mets. And then you have the Tampa Bay Rays. And I know the Cubs' asking price has been high. They want someone like potentially you're seeing in Matthew Allen that they showed interest last year. The Mets didn't give up Allen last year, but they did give up PCA, who was their top outfield prospect at the time. I don't see a world where the Mets give up Allen in a package deal unless Happ is involved, only because I just find it hard to believe that the Mets would still part with the top, quite literally their top pitching prospect, arguably like that, other than the kid that they drafted this year as well in the first round or two. I don't really see that happening unless they, again, land one guy who has more than a year of control, and that, of course, would be Happ. So it's interesting to weigh those options. But Robertson, why do I personally like Robertson so much, everybody? Everyone say pass and bomb. Michael, you can't say that when I'm watching. Everyone can spam and say pass and bomb and act like I missed something when I go take a piss in a minute. But until then, there's no need to do that. Why do I like David Robertson so much? David Robertson, who has right around just over 2 ERA on the year, has been phenomenal. A save or a non-save situation for the Cubs in his 37-year-old age season. If you guys don't know, Robertson was helped drafted by Billy Epler during his time as assistant GM to Brian Cashman during his long tenure with the New York Yankees. Robertson went on to have great success as a huge reliever for the Yanks over a decade span, right around there. Won some championships with them. He was huge for the Yanks in their bullpen. He dealt with some injuries the past couple years. Was with the Phillies, then was with the Rays. Didn't do anything with the Phillies on like a 1 or 2 year deal. Dealt with injuries there. Went to Tampa last year. Had an okay year. Stepped up big time in playoffs, however. Had some big moments. And now he's crushing it with the Cubs in his 37, soon to be 38-year-old season. Robertson, the biggest thing that is appealing for the Mets and landing Robertson potentially is, one, he knows what it takes to win. He understands the New York market really well. Two, Robertson is a guy that you do not need to necessarily prioritize getting a lefty reliever because Robertson gets lefty batters out just as well as anyone in the game. He quite literally looks like a lefty specialist because of how low the opponent batting average is, expected batting average, and how silly he makes batters look with his off-speed pitches, regardless if you're on the right or the left side of the plate. So for all those reasons, along with Robertson being a rental, that's why he's appealing. That's why the Mets have heavy interest on him. That's also why the Dodgers have a heavy interest on him too. Why? Because the Dodgers are always going to look to add that as a guarantee. I know that, again, like I said, that the Dodgers are looking at Robertson and Contreras. most certainly saw that. I didn't see that pardon me, that that Contreras, I don't see Contreras going to the Dodgers. Contreras, I would imagine Happ. The reports I saw were that they like Happ and Robertson, not Contreras. I could be wrong. I know that the Mets are looking like they're the front runner for Contreras until proven otherwise right now. Robertson will be interesting because I know the Cubs want to do a package deal. So it's a little difficult to do a package deal, right, if you can't amount to that. The Dodgers come in and get Happ and say just Robertson. Obviously, that still benefits the Mets getting Contreras, but would the Cubs want to do that? That I don't know. JD Martinez, what's his future now that Eric Hosmer has landed with the new ball club? Not the Washington Nationals because he vetoed that trade happening, but now he ends up landing with the Boston Red Sox. Chaim Bloom gets a guy for free because the Padres are eating basically the entirety of that contract for the next couple of years. Now JD Martinez, who looks almost inevitable to be dealt for a Red Sox team that's in a retool right now. They're not doing a rebuild or anything. They're not completely selling, but JD is a free agent at the end of the year, has dealt with back spasms this year. However, regardless of all those reasons, Martinez knows what it takes to win. He's been a huge X factor in the Red Sox when they won it all a couple years ago. Huge guy come playoff time. Phenomenal bat, regardless of his injuries. Has done better as of late as well, too. Martinez rakes against lefties around a 350 to 360 average, or way over 1,000 OPS. If the Mets are looking for solely a right-handed bat that rakes against lefties, that can platoon, have him play, say, every 2 or 3 days, the Mark Canha-esque type, where you don't have a guy playing every day because of his, age and current ailments, you can have that matchup perfectly and then have Daniel Vogelbach get that 1 start at minimum in a series. And Vogie, the Mets are currently, I believe, the Mets are undefeated right now when Vogelbach is in the lineup. So the more Vogie plays, the higher likelihood that the Mets win ball games. So I would love JD Martinez at the right price as long as you don't completely overpay for him. It's interesting to see how his market is now, knowing that Hosmer's now on the team, which means that Hosmer's going to command first/DH. Lesser likelihood that Martinez will be a Red Sox by 6 p.m. Eastern time. I think he will be dealt, just a matter of where and for what exactly. And then we get into going down the list, Brandon Drury. Brandon Drury, it's been reported that the Mets have shown interest in Brandon Drury yesterday. Drury, the former Met, now foe, is having a phenomenal year. His biggest breakout year by far. Finally got a chance at a $900K one-year deal this past year with the Cincinnati Reds in the offseason, signed with them in that batter's box, and he's done absolutely fantastic. Now, don't get me wrong, his numbers are inflated a little bit. When you play in Cincinnati, that is so good for offensive players. Naturally, you're going to have success. However, his home-away splits, while they aren't necessarily the best when it comes to OPS and average, they are right around the exact same on a home run and RBI. So he's still getting consistent offensive production, just not at a higher clip when it comes to consistent contact level than what you're seeing in that batter's box in Cincy. You see Brandon Drury on the year already has roughly between 50 and 60 RBIs, a huge 275 average, a 520, 530 plus slugging, 20 home runs already on the year, murders southpaws, over 1,000 OPS against lefties. And the Mets find themselves going for something that is going to be a situation where if they don't land a Martinez, if they don't land a Contreras, then Brandon Drury is probably the best option out there bat-wise. That would be maybe your C option, should you not land any of them. And I don't even think it's impossible to say that the Mets could land a Drury or a Kyle Farmer that has been reportedly connected. Farmer's another bat that rakes against lefties from Cincinnati. Either of them could be feasible, even if you still land Wilson Contreras. You have flexibility on that roster as long as you trade J.D. Davis, so I think J.D. will be dealt today. Dom Smith, I don't know. Dom has minor league options where the Mets can simply release him. They could do whatever they want there. So Brandon Drury, a guy that can play in the infield, outfield, I think that's very appealing for the Mets. For Buck Showalter, they aren't strapped with Brandon Drury to be stuck at the DH position, guys. That is the biggest thing with Brandon Drury. That's why he's appealing. If the Mets land Drury and say they're getting inconsistencies from Eduardo Escobar still, they can have Escobar either on the bench or in the DH at times, while having Drury and Gourmet take some time at third. Drury can play at second. He can play at first. Not that it would mean much for the Mets with McNeil and Alonso. He can even play in the corner outfield. So Brandon plays all over the place. Mets love versatility and a big bopper right now. Even if he doesn't get that same production like he had in Cincinnati, I like his chances, should he land in Queens, to return to a Mets team in which he had great success and a very limited pinch hitting role. He understands the New York market. He's been in both the Yankees and the Mets organization. He's definitely an appealing bat for the Mets, especially on the lower level. Not big name-wise, but a guy that can certainly have a big name-esque impact in that platoon role at DH/third base. So another name to keep an eye on as we get closer to the 6 p.m. deadline. Then you have the couple relievers. We have Andrew Chafin. I love Andrew Chafin. Right around over a two ERA on the year. He has expected ERAs right around the same. He's been absolutely phenomenal. If you look at the same thing with Michael Fulmer has an under 3 ERA, having a very good year. Biggest difference between Fulmer and look up Tim Healy, I will. Biggest thing that we're seeing between Fulmer and Chafin is that one, Chafin's a lefty. He gets lefties out really well, something that Joely Rodriguez and Chasen Shreve don't know what exactly that is. So you come in as the lefty specialist. The Mets showed a lot of interest in Chafin yesterday. I'd imagine that they have a good amount of interest in him today still. They have a lot of interest in Michael Fulmer, too. In case you guys don't know, the Mets originally drafted Michael Fulmer a couple years ago. He was traded as a young stud of a prospect to the Detroit Tigers in that Yoenis Cespedes deal. Yeah, that was kind of a good deal at the time back in 2015. Mets went on a little bit of run there. Fulmer, who if I'm not mistaken, was one of the better pitchers in baseball as a starter when he first broke out, was even getting Rookie of the Year consideration. Again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't believe I am. Has shifted to the bullpen the past couple years after dealing with some ailments, whether it was Tommy John or whatever. And now Fulmer's having a very good year and is walk here for the Tigers, a free agent after the season. But the biggest thing that I don't like about Fulmer, again, not that I would gripe if the Mets landed him, I'd very much be okay with him, is the fact that he has a high walk rate. I'm not a fan of guys with high walk rates just because the Mets have dealt with that being their kryptonite in their bullpen all year long. So should the Mets land someone like Fulmer, I would hope that they would land more than Fulmer, maybe a package both him and Chafin. They've shown equal interest, if not Chafin 1 and then Fulmer 2. They do a package that I'm ecstatic about it. I think the Mets will land at minimum 1 to 2 relievers today. I don't think I know. Fulmer's a really good get, but Chafin, I would imagine, is probably the top priority among relievers right now that the Mets have their eyes set on from the Detroit Tigers and the assumption that they have a move be had there. I do see a donation or two, so I'm going to get to that, guys. Then after that, I'm going to go use a quick bathroom break. Like I said, we're going to be live for 4 hours, so you're going to see me periodically leave the stream for like a minute or two. I know we're going to probably lose 100 or a couple hundred viewers just over that 30 seconds, 2 minute spam because people just have very short retention of, looking at a blank screen. But Mets 1919 with the $5 donation. He says Epler and Showtime have a good connection. Do I think he can wear pinstripes? Showtime. Are you talking pinstripes as in the Mets pinstripes? Because when you say pinstripes, it just makes me think of the Yankees. If you're talking about the Mets, I think it certainly can happen. Absolutely. I think the likelihood of Showtime landing with the Mets is far greater than it would be landing with the Yankees. 100%, especially with Epler spending multiple years scouting Shohei Ohtani prior to his arrival in the MLB, which of course led to him signing under Billy Epler as GM with the Angels a couple years ago. So yeah, definitely interesting. I love Ohtani, and I do hope that he lands and cleans soon enough. Guys, let's get some hype in the chat to my over 1,600 viewers, to my beloved girlfriend, Nina, always dropping a cute little $2 donation in there. Let's get some love. Let's get some hype in the chat for Nina. Hope she's having a great evening. Hype in the chat for her, as always. Greatly appreciate it. If you guys want to see Nina, she was in one of my post-game shows the other day when I was ranting, a little tipsy, not going to lie, leaving Citi Field after the Mets swept the Yankees when Marte had that walk-off. I was yelling with poor video quality, ranting, walking to my car, and we were all having a good time talking about that big Mets win. So if you want to check her out there, make sure you can do. Your mic is messed up, Wardy. I don't believe that my mic is messed up, Wardy. If it is, please let me know in the chat. I think that's you, Steven. Yeah, that is definitely you, Steven. That ain't me, my guy. I think the mic is okay. A little tipsy. Yeah, I'm 21. I'm allowed to drink. I drank at the game, and I was absolutely pumped up after that Mets win. I will be honest and say it. I'm not going to hide anything. So, yeah, that's exactly what happened. Do I think Pablo Lopez gets traded? I know the Dodgers really like Lopez, so there's definitely appeal. There's definitely interest there. Can the Mets get Happen Contreras, Brian? While I'm not going to bet on it, I don't think it's as impossible as people think. That's for sure. Didn't notice. Who is Thor? Thor is Noah Syndergaard, even though he's a shell of that Thor that what he once was. And I kind of hope he goes to the Phillies just because I would like to see the Mets beat up on him. He ducked the Mets back when they were in LA and Anaheim, not long ago for the Angels series. He purposely didn't pitch that series, which was absolute bullshit. I wouldn't mind if the Mets matched up with him in the Phillies. I think the Mets could absolutely rake off of him too. I like that matchup. Thor was traded to the Phillies. Is it official or is that just assumption? Let me know in the chat right now. Oh, well, Noah just tweeted that he just tweeted the meme GIF a couple minutes ago of John Travolta from Pulp Fiction moving around, basically like figuring out like where he's going, what's he doing. Don't drink and drive, Wardy. I never drink and drive, Jeremy. You're good, my man. Let's see here. Yeah, he wasn't traded yet. I know that the Phillies really like Noah, but there's been no official word on where he's going to land yet. I know that the Toronto is trying to make a reunion happen for the kid that they drafted all those years ago. Never forget the R.A. Dickey trade that was. Travis d'Arnaud was a part of that deal too. Brad Keller is now drawing interest of the Royals that could potentially be dealt. Brad Keller, we see their stud of a reliever. Why am I blanking on the guy's name right now? Barlow and a couple others. There's a lot of guys that could potentially be on the move for the Royals if they're willing to part with them. Padres have to pay Hosmer. I know the Padres have to pay Hosmer. I'm well aware of that one. All right, guys, I'll be back in like 1 second. Then we'll talk more on all the Mets stuff. I'm clean that hat I have on. I have cleaned it, guys. This is just a natural. If you see any marks, I've had this hat for almost a decade. I have cleaned it multiple times. It just naturally is not going to look bright and black like how I originally got it. Because again, it's an old hat. That's normal. But I'll be right back. I'm glad that you're more focused on cleaning my hat than you are about the show overall. That's great to see. All right, guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to go use the bathroom, and then we'll continue from there. Oh my God, pass it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Shut your asses up. Stop that nonsense. that only was factual one time when I exited the room. And that was when Chris Bassett happened during the offseason. I left, I ate dinner quick, and when I came back, I think it was when I ate dinner, and when I came back, that's when shit happened. That's the only time it's literally ever happened. I did see a donation. Let me get to that, guys. Just so you know, the Philadelphia Phillies are going after not just Noah Syndergaard, Tyler Mahle, to name a few. They are also showing interest now in Carlos Rodon from the Giants, which is kind of funny because the Giants are only a couple of games out, chasing behind the Phillies right now for the final wildcard spot. Dean with the $5 donation. Dean says, Wardy, you said don't be surprised if our deals come down the last hour. If that's the case, I deal one deal rather than 2 or 3, or 1-2 relievers in a bat. It is. Dean, you kind of confused me on that comment. I don't know. Maybe it's just hard for me to process things because I'm slow as is. If that's the case, one deal rather than 2 or 3 for 1 or 2 relievers in a bat. It is. Well, it all depends, Dean. It all depends on what's available on the market. Again, I promise you the Mets are going to make moves. And I think they're going to make big moves, regardless on if that's within the next hour or if that's not until quite literally the final hour of leading up to the deadline. And we are now, it's 3 p.m. Eastern. We are 3 hours away officially, and we're just around close to an hour into the show. So we're 1 hour in. We got 3 hours to go until the deadline. We're going to be talking for a lot longer still, I assure you guys. Big moves next year, maybe, Rebecca. Just wait. My goodness. Mets fans are more impatient than I can even begin to tell you. As someone that's a Mets fan that gets impatient, I understand it. But just wait. Just wait. All right, just wait. If the Mets don't land anyone, then I will be as fuming as everyone else, rightfully so. But that is not how I'm taking things at all. And the main reason why is because everyone that the Mets want is out there. If it was a case where the Mets were only down to like one player still left on this list that's out there, then we have a different discussion, a completely different discussion. But that's not what the Mets have right now. That's not what the concern is, which is good. As a Mets fan, I hate Mets fans. Trust me, I know. I deal with you guys all the time. I deal with you all the time. I have such a love-hate relationship. You guys have no idea. Nothing is really left. Okay, Jessica, I'm glad that you just ignore the entire laundry list, which is all the exact players the Mets have been focusing on here on the graphic. I don't know. What else do you want me to tell you? Like, it's right there. Look at my previous chat. No chance in hell that can happen, Jake, when we got 1,600 viewers. If you guys want me to answer something, you got to kind of tell me, bang, and you have to hope that I see it in the chat, because I no way I'm going to be able to address everyone's move here. I mean, a comment here. Just isn't going to happen. Charlie Plays thinks that the Mets should fire Epler because he's sleeping under a rock. Jesus. Padres going to extend Soto when the time comes. They surely can. They definitely can, especially if Machado walks and opts out after next year. But that we're way ahead. I don't expect that to happen anytime soon. Appreciate that donation, Insanity. Thank you very much. Hold on. Yo, Wardy, is everyone here for the awesome content or to call you out for your hat? That's a great question, Omer. I don't know. I think it's a little bit of both. You know, I appreciate the kind words on the awesome content, though. Thank you for that, my man. Thank you for the dono. Hype in the chat to you guys. I want to look at the poll. We're roughly an hour in the show. I know I've only had the poll open for like a half hour, so like half the show. But let's see what you guys want right now. Ooh, we got 66% of you guys out of 1,000. Guys, we're getting awfully close to right now that being in 500 likes in the show. So continue smashing that like and subscribe on. Greatly appreciate. We're trying to get to 1,000 likes. So we're halfway. We're an hour in and we're halfway there. So thank you guys kindly. Also help us get to 17K subs, guys. We're right around 200 subs away. I think we've already gained close to 100 here in the live show. So continue smashing those buns. But yeah, 66% of you guys out of roughly 1,200 votes already here in the show want the Mets to get Contreras the most. 18% of you guys want JD Martinez. 7% of you guys want Brandon Drury. And 9% of you guys want other, meaning someone else. Tim, with the donation. Thank you, Tim. Great member and friend on the channel. What's up, Tim? Ohtani was on the market, but was removed last night. The Mets front office moves in silence. Mets get Ohtani. No. If the Mets get Ohtani, it wouldn't be until the offseason at minimum. Appreciate that dono, Tim. Love you, my man. Thank you. What did I miss? Nothing yet, Vance. It's wait and see. That's usually how these things work at the trade deadline. Mets are working hard right now, I assure you. And guys, also, I will be live after the Mets game tonight, after Jacob deGrom makes his debut against the AAA Washington Nationals. And another thing, we will have a very exciting kind of emergency podcast out 6 a.m. wherever you get your podcasts, and also 12 p.m. Eastern, premiering on the channel tomorrow. We're recording late tonight for episode 11 of Bleav in Queens. Myself and my co-host Joe Serralo and our third co-host. I know that there's some new viewers in here, so in case you guys don't know, my co-host for my podcast isn't just Joe Serralo, represented for Serralo Sports Talk, phenomenal sports radio show that he does weekly, but our third co-host is, in fact, yes, a former New York Met, current MLB Network analyst and Apple TV analyst, and Anthony Recker. Anthony, Joe, and myself will be deep diving all the moves that transpired for the Mets today, Jacob deGrom's outing, and so much more. And again, an emergency podcast that will be out early tomorrow morning wherever you get your podcast. Bleav in Queens, presented by the Bleav Network. Make sure to subscribe, like, follow, wherever you get your podcast, rate and review. Greatly appreciate it. We're only a couple episodes in and we're killing it, all thanks to you guys. So thank you all so much in advance. Make sure to check it out. I'm beyond ecstatic. I cannot wait to break down all the moves that the Mets do today with Rec and also with Joe. We're going to have an absolute blast doing it. John, thank you so much for the $2 donation. One shot with DeGrom and Scherzer got to be all in. Oh, yeah, 100%. I think that's a big factor in the Mets' decisions, too, to an extent. That, yes, they don't want to get rid of all these prospects for rentals, but they are wary that, let's keep this in mind, guys. While the Mets can surely have 100-win seasons multiple years in a row, it's not often that you have a 100-win season for the Mets. We've known this. They're bound to win 100 games this year out of this direction prior to making any more moves, prior to DeGrom even pitching yet. So when you have that rare opportunity for the first time in a minute now, you really want to make sure that you execute it full-fledged the best you can while not giving up the entire farm and doing so as well. Because there's no one out there worthy to give up the entire farm for, because Soto's dealt now. Ohtani is not going anywhere. Those are the only exceptions, truly, because they're generational talents in their own right. But no, I agree with you, John. I think the Mets will go all in without having to necessarily go AJ Preller Padres all in, because the Nationals simply wouldn't trade with the Mets. There was nothing that they could do there. Mike, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Hype in the chat to you, Mike Farley. Greatly appreciate you, my man. TJ with the $20 dono. Love Mets coverage, especially during the trade deadline grind. Keep up the great work. Thank you, TJ. Hype in the chat to TJ as well. You guys have been absolutely fantastic. Appreciate everyone's support here. To my roughly 1,700 viewers. And I'm sure that once the Mets make a move, it's going to pop off even more. I got a lot of things preset, so I'm really hoping that I did enough prep work that I have to do very little to adjust the show when moves happen. However, we'll wait and see. Let's see. Transistor Man 1 says, Wardy, I'm nervous. Don't be nervous. Just embrace it. Moves are coming. I promise you. JT with the $2 donation. Mets need to get Mike Piazza Jr. Let's go, Mets. Who's Mike Piazza Jr.? Enlighten me. Who is that? Is that your way of saying Wilson Contreras? We got Piazza, the GOAT himself right there. But yeah, regardless, thank you for that dono. Let's see. Dean with the $2 donation. Need 1 to 2 arms and a bat. Can't wait till last second. Dean, I think there's a great difference between waiting till last second and in negotiations until the end, because the Mets are hung up. You have to realize that the Mets, while they have leverage to an extent with some of these players and teams, they don't control everything. Even when the ball's in their court, they still need the other team to meet them halfway at minimum, right? And when you have multiple teams going after these same players, naturally becomes a bidding war. And then it's going to be a back and forth until one team finally blinks and budges and they get everything finalized. Again, Mets have a lot on their plate right now. I can only imagine what the calls are like, because it's not just Billy Epler. It's not just Ben Zosmer, Sandy Alderson, everyone else involved. But you also have Steve Cohen in the mix right now too. You guys are saying check Ramsey? Okay, yeah, Jack's just saying the same shit over and over again. We're all aware. I probably have better sources than Jack, with all due respect. Yeah, okay. Let's see here. There was another donation or two that I did want to make sure I didn't miss. I don't think I missed anything, but I'm double checking. Hold on, guys. Okay, I think we caught up. Cool. All right, we did. Thank you. Okay, everybody. Question everyone here in the live show, as we are now right around 3 to just under 3 hours away from the trade deadline finishing and being done. What do you think the Mets are going to do from a realistic standpoint? Because if you're going to sit here and say that the Mets aren't going to do anything, I think you're just in for a big surprise then. And that's perfectly fine. But if I'm being completely honest, what do you genuinely think the Mets will do? I'm curious. I want to hear everyone's kind of proposed deals that they expect to happen, whether it's just with the Cubs, whether it's for relievers as well. Like, give me a grasp. Everyone, feel free to take your time. I'm going to try to go through as many comments and read them all. I want to see if anyone has kind of something that I wasn't thinking about personally, or if there's something separate. So, yeah, let me know in the chat, guys, right now. What do you think the Mets are going to do at the deadline? Like, what, not necessarily what you want them to do, but what you genuinely think they are going to do. Regardless on how right or wrong you end up being, let's have this discussion right now. So, yeah, everyone drop it in the comments. Let me see it. I'm curious if there's anything that hasn't hit my mind yet, really, as a potential fit. Alvarez for Austin Riley, sleeper move. Yes, because surely the Braves would just love to part ways with Austin Riley after giving him a 10-year contract extension yesterday. Let's go. Brandon says nothing. I'm not surprised given the dialogue he's shown here in the chat. Feel like getting Drury is the only realistic trade. That's an interesting take. Regardless on if I agree or disagree, I respect the opinion. Nelson Cruz, I haven't talked about Nelson much. Sean Murphy and Puck. I know some people have thought about that. Yep. Guys, let's get some hype in the chat to Hot Take Hockey. Make sure to subscribe to the man. If you love hockey content, he's your go-to. What's up, John? How you doing? Yeah, if your Blue Jays get Thor back, that'll be full circle. I hope you get him. I would love it if you got him. But yeah, appreciate you chiming in, my man. Hope you're doing well. Long time no see. Yeah, John does a phenomenal job covering all things NHL, all things hockey. They're a Hot Take Hockey. I've been on his channel multiple times because I do have a hockey podcast for the New York Rangers. I cover weekly, or it's been bi-weekly now with the summer, with my man Statboy Steven at Rangers Review. Check it out on YouTube or wherever you get your podcasts. Rob with the $10 donation. Mets need to make some move. Who do I think they realistically who do you think realistically a Mets getting? What do I think of it realistically them getting JD Martinez? I think the Mets at this juncture are more zoned in on the Cubs than they are on Boston JD Martinez. Not to suggest that Martinez cannot happen, but it doesn't look like Martinez is as likely as the Mets going balls to the wall, full-fledged in on Wilson Contreras, David Robertson at minimum. We'll see what happens. I think if anything, Martinez might be a pivot because that's kind of what he's been suggested to be for a little bit now. But I really like JD Martinez. I don't think the Mets have him number one on their list, however. Rob, thank you for the dono. Nate Eovaldi, that's an interesting name. Mets don't need Eovaldi though. They have the rotation depth. Bryce Iglesias, nah. He might go to Toronto if anything. But that's an interesting name too. Reisel's had an interesting year, to put it lightly. Grant with the two guys. Let's get some hype in the chat for Grant. If you guys don't know Grant, please make sure to check him out at oh shit, he's gonna rag me if I say his Twitter name wrong. I'm so sorry. I'm pretty sure it's what is it? I think it's just wait. Is it Genny or Jenny? It's one of the two, Grant. I apologize. I know you're looking at me like this son of a bitch. It's either Genny or Jenny Mets. Check him out on Twitter. Has almost 40,000 followers on Twitter for your best Mets updates daily on all things New York Mets. That is GENY Mets. Make sure to check him out. Does a phenomenal job. Absolutely love that man's page. Appreciate you for chiming in, Grant. Thank you so much for the dono, brother. And apologies once more if I said the name wrong. I know you talked about it last night in the Twitter spaces, but I'm a schmuck. MLB Scoops on Twitter says Mets are out on Contreras, and there's a reason why MLB Scoops hasn't gotten one thing right so far. You know, normally, whenever you're following those accounts, guys, that are not, you know, showing their name, there's a good reason for that. They're hiding their identity because they're just throwing any and every rumor out there and seeing what shit sticks on the wall. Don't fall for those accounts, guys. If Jeff Passan and Ken Rosenthal can be wrong at times, and they have been, trust me, everyone else can. David Bednar to the Mets thoughts. Likely not happening, Michael, because Bednar's controllable. I don't think the Mets have interest in parting ways with key prospect capital for a controllable reliever. I think that they're more focused on rentals or guys at most with one more year left on their deal. And that exception really is Andrew Chafin, because Chafin is a free agent after next season. He's a free agent in 2024. Lefty for the pen says Mr. Delightful and a power bat to protect Alonso. I like it. Definitely like it. It's Jenny. Okay, Grant. Thank you. Thank you, Grant. Yes, thank you. Okay, Jenny. Mets acquired Judge for Dom Smith. Fun fact, the Mets passed on Aaron Judge and acquired Dom Smith in the draft back a couple years ago. I'll let you do with that information as you please. Granted, every team passed on Aaron Judge, but still. Who would I rather have, Chafin or Robertson? Oof. That's kind of 1A, 1B for me personally. I might give slight edge to Robertson just because he understands how to pitch in big games in New York well. Something Chafin hasn't done in his career. But I would love either. I would love for both, as a matter of fact. Those are my 1 and 2 relievers right now that I think are feasible and that I would like. Gregory Soto's nasty, but he can't control the strike zone well. Isn't free agent until like what? I don't know. 2027, 2026. I don't see the Mets giving up the prospect capital that's needed for someone like him. That's erratic. You think we should get 1K likes in here? I think so too. Hype in the chat again for John. Appreciate you, brother. God bless. Let's get that like count up. Thank you guys so much in advance. And help us get it 17K subs, guys. Like I said, we're just a couple hundred away. So if you're new in the show, if you're enjoying, like I said, I'm going to be live here for a while. It's definitely going to feel like a drag at some point if things stay like dead silent like they are right now. May take a little bit of a break, then walk back if need be. But for right now, we're going to ride this thing out and just see if we find out anything over the next hour, and then we'll take things from there. Mike with the $2 donation. Mike says, we unfortunately don't have a MLB Rumors Daily. Are you talking about the Twitter account? If so, then yes. Yes, I'm aware, Mike. Cone needs to fire Alderson after they get eliminated very early in the playoffs. Jason, you really made me want to swear there. Jason, stop. Mets and on Rodon, no, they are not. Not a chance. Mets are not adding a starter. Roma says 600 likes. Thank you guys so much for that. You're the best. Absolute best. Appreciate every single one of you guys here in the live show right now. Continue smashing those buns. Hey, Worry, do I think the Mets would be more willing to trade top prospects for Shohei? And 100%. 1,000%. Yeah, I think they would. However, I also think the Mets wouldn't mind waiting until Ohtani's a free agent. So that can, take that information as you will. Mario, thank you so much for the $2 donation. Mario says, I answer this at play, but I know I'm going to have to repeat myself this entire show. Hey, Worry, what about Salvi, I should say. Perez ain't going to happen for the sole reason that the Royals feel like a team that wants to make sure Perez retires a Royal. I don't think that they're going to trade him anywhere. I really don't. Perez, he's not known for his defense at all. He's a big bopper, had a huge year last year. This year, I don't know how his offensive numbers has looked. I know he's dealt with injuries, so that's been a big part. No, the Mets are not going to land him. Bowden, we'll check Bowden. But yeah, guys, like I said, if we get more tweets, make sure to let me know here in the live show, and we'll discuss them live as it happens. Mario, thank you for that donation. I appreciate that a lot, my friend. Check Jim Bowden. We'll see if Bowden said anything. Okay, so Bowden just saying the same shit. The Cubs are on the clock with Contreras, Happ, Robertson. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It's their time to shine. I do think that the Cubs are the next domino to fall. I do. I think the Cubs will be the next big thing, for sure. Blue Jays talks. Let's look at this, guys. Blue Jays talks to the Angels about both Thor and Raisel Iglesias in a potential package. Philly also has been linked to Noah, as we know, though Dombrowski isn't often a buyer of rental players. That's true. Appreciate everyone that's been tagging me stuff too. Again, thank you kindly for that. Soto's a Padre. Yes, he is. I think the entire baseball world should know that one by now. Him and Tatis is gonna be nasty, guys. I'm not. I'm a Mets fan. I love my Mets. I'm excited to see Tatis and Soto together. I think it's great for the game. Literally, this generation's new phenoms, right? Soto just, Tatis just has to stay healthy. Well, he has his rehab stint during this weekend. I really want them to thrive, and I want them to absolutely kick the ass of the Dodgers in the NL West more than anything. That's going to be a fun battle. And the Dodgers play the Padres as soon as this Friday. So Juan Soto, he's going to be playing against the Dodgers real soon. That's going to be fun to watch. Eddie, thank you so much for the $10 donation. Hype in the chat to you, Eddie. Thank you for that one. Mets just released their lineup for tonight, folks. Let's check it out. Mets lineup is the following. Ooh. One, there's no J.D. Davis and no Dom Smith. That's a good, because one of them, at minimum, will be traded today. Mets lineup today is the following, folks, in case you're wondering. Brandon Nimmo in leadoff. Marte, number 2. Lindor, 3. Alonso, 4. Vogie in the 5 spots, so the Mets are guaranteed to win, regardless of the fact that DeGrom's pitching. The Mets don't lose when Vogelback's in the lineup, baby. I love him. Number 6 is McNeil. Naquin getting the start today in left field over Marcana. Luis Gourmet in the 8 hole, and Tomas Dito, number 9. Love that lineup. I think the Mets are going to destroy today. I think the Mets, this has to be a lopsided deal. It has to be. Where are our rumors, Dean? They will come. I promise you. It's okay. It's okay that things are quiet right now. They're on the phones with the Cubs and others as we speak. Vogelback is the new Bartolo. Yeah, he's the offensive version of Bartolo. Even though that Big Bart's biggest moment as a Met, you could rightfully argue, was hitting a Daner. So that's true too. Guys, we are right around 150 subs away from 17K on the channel. Thank you guys so much. I love that. You know, we're 150 away from 17. We have over 1,700 viewers. You guys are the best. Continue smashing those buttons if you end up finding yourself enjoying the show. And like I said, we got consistent content every single day on the channel. I'll be live for post-game Mets coverage tonight. I will have an emergency podcast out tomorrow for Bleav in Queens episode 11. Myself, Joe Serralo, and Anthony Recker. Yeah, you heard that right, Anthony Recker. That's my co-host, baby. We love Anthony. We have a lot to talk about from the moves that the Mets make today. Continue to smash those, and thank you so much in advance. Guys are the best. Okay. Let me see if I missed anything here. Is Vogelback the heaviest player in the MLB right now? He might be. He's up there. I know Vogie's a big boy. He's definitely up there. Vogie's like roughly 300 pounds. They have him at 270. I mean, if you guys look at Vogelback's jersey on the siding, guys, they legit have like extra patchwork to be stretchy for him. I feel like anytime that Vogie throws on his jersey, all he has to go and do is, and he just like pops open. Like, he's a big Bubba. That's what Vogie is. I love that guy so much. I not just because he's so much fun to watch. He's actually really good. He's a really solid player. So like, it makes it even better. With Soto and Bell gone, DeGrom has a legit chance. Don't jinx it, Sean, you son of a gun. I can promise you that ain't going to happen for so many reasons, but the biggest one is Jake is not going to go long enough. Maybe he can have one until he exits the game, but Jake is not going to go probably past 70, 75 pitches today, if I had to guess. So I love where your head's at, Sean. It would be insane, but not going to get my hopes up right now, especially his first start back in over 13 months on the bump. You really think he's going to go and do that? I mean, if anyone can do it, it's Jake, but still, can't put that into existence. I got to knock on wood for you, Sean, because if I don't, it certainly is not going to happen then. Sean, thank you for the dono. I appreciate that. Hold on, everybody. Bear with me 1 second. I'm just checking updates to make sure I did not miss anything. Okay. It does suck that the Mets won't be able to have Jake for at-bats. I agree. But if that helps keep him healthy, because let's not forget, Jake got hurt multiple times last year prior to his biggest injury that had him derailed for the remainder of the year. All of his injuries prior were tweaks that he had from swinging the bat because he single-handedly carried the Mets offense once again. What's up, Ben? He says, I remember like a year ago and love to see your channel grow. Awesome. Awesome. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you. Any news on Martin Perez? No. Teams don't want to trade a Cohen. That's not a concern right now, I assure you. It's not like the Mets are dealing with Artie Moreno and the Angels. If so, then I think we have a different discussion. Let's check back in the poll right now, everybody. Guys, we're almost at 700 likes. We're trying to get to 1,000 for the first big short-term goal. And thank you so much in advance. We're like, what, 300 away? What, $1.50 less than of subs away from 17K? You guys are the best. Thank you so much. 64% of you guys want Contreras on the Mets now out of roughly 1,700 votes. Has changed a little bit. That's interesting, for sure. You got Martinez at 19, Drury at 7, and other at 10. Okay. How about this? For the people that that want a batter, we're talking strictly bats because I think everyone's in the same wavelength for relievers for the most part. Out of all the bats out there, folks, what are names that we haven't discussed that you would like us to have a discussion about? Let me know in the chat, because we talked about Contreras, Martinez, Drury at great length. We've even talked a little bit about Sean Murphy. So are there any other bats out there that we really haven't talked about that you are curious about? Let me know in the chat. CJ Cron, the Mets did show interest in because he rakes against lefties. However, Cron is someone that, again, I don't even see leaving Colorado as another year of control in his deal. I really just don't see it happening. I honestly don't. And again, his splits home and away are so brutal, just doesn't make sense, in my opinion. A little bit much of a risk. If you want a guy like that, the best thing to do is an adjustment that you would see in the offseason, like what they did with Arenado to St. Louis. It's far easier for batters that are coming from Colorado to go elsewhere to adjust during the offseason when they have time to get acclimated with different altitude than in season. It's more difficult. Rosenthal tweet. I'll check Rosenthal, then we'll go forward. Is it about did Barlow get traded or no? Okay, nothing new on Rosenthal's front. Okay, just talking about Rodon right now. Gotcha. Okay. Going back to what I was saying, guys, let's talk for a minute about Mr. Ian Happ. Because Ian Happ, the more that I think about Ian Happ, the more that I really wonder if the Mets have any shot at him or not. Just because I know it really appears that the Cubs want to do a package deal, right? So Ian Happ's interesting to me. Now, I discussed Ian Happ in my top 5 trade targets video 2 months ago on the channel. And that was a lot of fun at the time because Ian Happ is someone, he's a switch hitter, has another year of control. But why would Ian Happ make any sense for the Mets, in case you're wondering? Well, one, he plays in the outfield, can even play in the infield if need be, would be at DH at times too. Is, of course, a guy that will play more every day than a Mark Canha, and based on matchups can do well. Ian Happ, however, coincidentally enough, I have his splits pulled up right in front of me. And Ian Happ against lefties this year, guys, is batting a whopping 345, a 402 on base, and over 900 OPS. Ian Happ murders lefties the same way that a lot of other lefties murder guys too, but he's a switch hitter. So even against righties, his numbers aren't great, but they're not terrible either. They're honestly similar to Mark Canha, like a 259 average, a 348 on base, a 416 slug, a 764 OPS. Against left-handed starters, he's really competent as well. He's not just showing up against lefty relievers. Against starters by themselves, he has a 316 average, a 356 on base, and a 469 slug for a 825 OPS. That's solid. Like, that's not just solid, that's damn good. I mean, like, it isn't outlandish to suggest that maybe the Mets would want Ian Happ. I just don't know the likelihood because I know he will be expensive. So it seems like Toronto is very much in on Happ. It seems like the Dodgers really like Happ. You have to even think that because Happ can play in center if need be, that a team like the Astros would inquire on him, right? So it's going to come down to how much of a package deal are the, is the Cubs trying to do. And Happ does make a lot of sense. He's just going to be expensive though. But, and this is a big but, and the Mets are going to shell out some prospects. Mariners won't have to, so there you go. And the Mets are going to shell out prospects in a Cubs deal. Wouldn't it make the most sense if they did that while acquiring Happ as well, knowing that he's not a rental? So at minimum, you get one of those guys for another year after the 2022 season right now. Something to think about for sure. Mets just got Holderman. No, they didn't. Shut up. Holderman just got caught up by the Pirates, as a matter of fact. I'm sure that's what you're referring to. Ridiculous to mention it, Craig? Are you asking if I'm ridiculous to mention it? Happ is on the trade block right now, brother. I hope you're not talking ridiculous to me, because he has a great likelihood of being traded within the next 2.5 hours. TJ with the $5 dono. TJ says, how does Sean Murphy profile offensively? Sean Murphy's around a 250 bat this year, right around a 750 tops OPS. He has big pop, however, 12 home runs, over 40 RBIs, and is phenomenal defensively. So I know that you're asking for specifically offense. I get that. Murphy, however, I don't think is going to happen because he's under team control until like 2027. It's going to be expensive. He's a young, really nice stud of a catcher in the making for the for Oakland. That's only getting better. So I don't think he's going anywhere. I think he'll be a little too pricey for what the Mets want and what they're getting. I don't think the Mets want a catcher really controllable like that right now for obvious reasons. Thank you for that donation though, TJ. I appreciate you. Okay, Rich with the hard-hitting questions. Does pineapple belong on pizza? All right, guys, you know what to do. We got roughly 1,800 viewers right now. While we await for more moves to happen, let's answer Rich's hard-hitting question right now in the chat. Does pineapple belong on pizza? Give me a simple yes or a no. For me personally, I've tried pineapple on pizza. Wasn't the worst thing in the world, but it's definitely underwhelming. Not a big fan. I mean, especially with, originally being from New York, I reside in PA now. I'm very much a New York pizza guy. That's just how I am. I think a lot of people in the chat are right now too. I find it not disgrace level, but it's not far off. I'm not a pineapple on pizza guy. I think that's a little sacrilegious, but again, that goes in hand with the culture that you have. So I completely understand people like it. But yeah, everyone has to answer that hard-hitting question in the chat right now. Wow, we have a lot of no's, and we have a good amount of yeses too. I like this discourse. This is what we came in the show for, guys. We got 17 to 1,800 plus people in the live chat. And what do we focus on? We talk about pineapple on pizza. That's the big question today. Who gives a rat's ass what trade's going on? We got to talk about pineapple on pizza. Okay. Oh my goodness. You guys went hard. Wow. You guys really spammed that. Ed with the $2 donation. Do jalapenos belong on pizza? Depending. Jalapenos are respectable, especially if you have like a hot honey drizzle on it. Got some going there. Could definitely can make sense. I don't think jalapenos is as outlandish as pineapple personally. That's just my take. That's fine. I'm definitely now a New York pizza guy, Darren. Yeah, Darren goes to New York once, is obsessed. I would be too. New York pizza hits. It's the only argument with New York pizza that could be better is what I have yet to try, and that's pizza from New Haven. I really want to try New Haven pizza. It's apparently the bomb. Go to Sally's or Pepe's. That's my goal actually to do. I actually think I might be doing that late August. So that's kind of on my list. Chicken vodka parm pie. Oof. Yeah, that's busting too. All right, let's get away from the pizza talk because it's gonna get me starving. I'm gonna eat a Slim Jim soon because I got some snacks, guys. I have a full Wawa hoagie right here too. I'm prepped. I'm ready. Gonna make sure I'm energized. I got 2 different Red Bulls of like strawberry apricot in my mini fridge beside me. We are ready to go. We are ready to go. The energy will not leave the room. That's it. New Mexico green chili. Oh, Bruce. Okay. All right. All right, guys. Let's check some updates on Twitter, shall we? Let's go and do that. I want the chat to answer this one, but for me personally, yes. Can I get Gigi for good luck? Gigi is sleeping right now, 100%, as is Stormy. In case you guys don't know, I have 2 bunnies. One name is Gigi, one name is Stormy. I bring them at my shows a lot too. Great chance you're going to see one, if not both of them today as well. So definitely stay tuned in the live show as we get to 6 p.m. and when the Mets make moves. You're definitely going to see a bunny today as long as I remember. But they're both sleeping right now, so maybe a little bit later. Grant, your question is why don't you get tips on yeah. See, Grant, I don't know how Twitter works with their tips. I don't have it set up. I don't even know. I still have to figure out how to do it. It's not nearly as easy to get tips on social media as I think it is on YouTube or something, because I think naturally people just like the interaction with the human element, like on screen. Everyone watching here can probably agree to that. You guys like live streams. You like interacting. You like when I answer the chat. You like when you share your opinions in general. So I think that would be the biggest factor as to why. I think if you were on YouTube or on a different platform, you know, like if you had your own Patreon or something along those lines where you gave exclusive content, those are definitely good ways to make tips. And of course, Twitch. Twitch is not an easy thing to get into though, especially if you're not a gamer. But yeah, that's my simple answer. Tucson with the $5 dono. Thank you, Tucson. He says, if the Mets don't make a deal for a bat, I believe this recent hot streak played a part. It's easy to be blinded when everything is going right. Tucson, I promise you the Mets will acquire a bat. I feel very confident saying that. I think it would be foolish for the Mets to be blinded by their recent offensive success just because every team has their peaks and valleys in a year. We've seen the Mets peak. We've seen the Mets valleys, right? And even with them having a favorable schedule in the last month of the year in September, it's still important for the Mets to add on now and to focus on playoffs. That's what they're doing. That's why they really, really want Contreras and potentially more. So just, you know, I think the Mets are going to be okay. Is simply put is what I'm saying. I think they're in a great spot. I really do. But thank you so much for that donation, no less. Appreciate you. Nationals just Luke Voigt is going to the Nationals. Is that, I guess that's the replacement for Hosmer, maybe? Luke Voigt, who Yankees fans had the fucking nerve, I'm going to go out and swear and say it, had the effing nerve to think that Luke Voigt was better than Pete Alonso. Look at this now. He literally just got tossed for nothing to DC. Absolutely tossed for nothing. That is the Josh Bell replacement there in DC, in case you guys are wondering. He'll take over first for Bell while Cruz commands DH, assuming he's not dealt. Okay, so Voigt is going the other way to finalize the Soto deal. Guys, on a scale of 1 to 10, do you think there's any potential that the Padres go out and land a Martinez potentially because they just parted with Voit? I would pray not. But I'm curious. I want to know what everyone's thoughts are right now. Let me know. Ocean Girl, thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. Eric, when are you making a theme song for my channel? Eric, we're like a year off. And Eric, I apologize. That's just by me being so bad with responding to DMs. I apologize. I'm so behind on everything. I would love it if you did that, Eric. We just got to find the right time, Eric. It's as simple as that. Eric, you got to just try to shoot me a text over DM, and I just got to make sure that I try to see it. We got to do that, Eric. Yeah, 100%. I've been wanting to do that with you. That's nothing new. Mets acquired Drury Familia. World Series is ours. Jesus, I pray no. No, thank you. No, thank you. Do I think the Rays will go for Nomar Mazara? That could be a fit. Check Robert Murray tweet. Okay, I will. Brennan Marsh got traded. Where? Marsh is the Mets killer. Please don't tell me he's in the NL East. Literally all Marsh did was do his best freaking, what's his face? Jason Worth impression. Oh, son of a bitch. I'm actually not happy about this. Oh, no. Brennan Marsh. Oh, wait. And Angels talks are on a trade. Okay. Okay. Phillies look like they're going to get close to laying Marsh. Damn it. I don't like that. He literally torched us. That was so stupid. I know it's not official yet, but that was lame. Literally, oh my God. He's literally Jason Worth. Dylan with the $2 donation. Thank you so much for that, Dylan. Appreciate you. Appreciate that a lot. Hyping the chat for Dylan. All right, so it looks like that they got their outfielder and Jason Worth 2.0 over there, even though he's a shell of Jason Worth in his prime. But yeah, I know Marsh was just such a pain in the ass for the Mets in that series against the Angels. I don't know why. He just was. Oh, Twins are getting close to landing Tyler Mahle. So the Twins, who landed Sonny Gray back in the offseason, look like they're going to go get his former teammate again now. This time when Tyler Mahle, guys. Talks are intensifying with Mahle to the Twins. Love that move for the Twins. I like Tyler Mahle a lot. I think he's going to kick ass outside of that batter's box in Cincy. Really like Mahle. Mets had plenty of interest in Mahle prior to what's happened with prior to, you know, them healing up and being fine with the rotation. That's a good move. I like that move a lot for the Twins, actually. Yeah. Okay. Marsh is heading to the Phillies. Julio, thank you so much. Appreciate the $20 donation. Julio with the nice smile on the PFP and the nice smile emoji. Do a great job all the time. Well, you're beyond kind, Julio. Thank you so much for that. Let's see. Did the Mets really get Darren Ruff? Oh my God, I didn't have any prep work on Ruff. Son of a bitch. Ruff is a lefty killer, though. I don't mind Ruff. Just make sure that's not the only move. Hold on. Mets just got Darren Ruff. All right, hold on. Let's look up his numbers. Hold on. I don't mind Ruff at all. He's gonna be perfectly fine off the bench. Lefty killer. That's perfectly fine. Hold on. How do I spell Darren Ruff? Who spells Darren with an I? Hold on. All right, guys. The Mets just got Darren Ruff. Don't look at OPS plus with Darren Ruff, who's strictly going to be in a platoon bench role, guys. Stop. Guys, you guys are acting like Ruff's going to be an everyday player for the Mets. That's cute. Okay. And this is why you get Darren Ruff, everybody. Can I get a drum roll, please? Darren Ruff versus left-handed pitching this year has a roughly 900 OPS. Holy shit. It's another Daniel Vogelbach situation, folks. That's why the Mets got Ruff. He's going to come off the bench, and he'll be in the DH at times when needed. I like that depth move for the Mets a lot, as long as that is not the only bat that the Mets get, if I'm being honest with you. I really hope that the Mets get Contreras, and we are cooking. Contreras, Ruff, sign me up. I like that move a lot. Don't care, bad move. You're an idiot if you think it's a bad move. It's strictly a depth move to get a guy that actually knows how to hit lefties, something that JD Davis cannot do. JD out of here, you bring in Darren Ruff. That's his replacement. How you doing? I like that. 900 OPS versus lefties, we take those. 1,000%. Why always wait for last minute, Mike? It's because the players that the Mets have most interest in are in discussions with other teams right now, Mike. That's why. Circumstances are different than what they were with the Yanks, Astros, and Padres. They're not going after the same players. Appreciate that donation a lot, though. All right, guys, breaking news. The Mets have acquired Darren Ruff. Let me make a quick thumbnail about it. Then we'll go from there. Oh, JD got traded the other way. For That's a W move. That is a W. That's a perfect move. Mets get a lefty specialist for a JD that couldn't do shit all year. You know how all you guys freaked the F out when the Mets acquired Vogelbach and thought it was a bad trade? Look how Vogelbach has done against righties. Ruff is going to have that very similar impact against lefties. So calm down. This is quite literally... Mets are still working on bullpen. I know they are, and I'm sure that they are still working on Contreras as well. So let's wait and see. All right, guys, let's change everything. Darren Ruff is a New York Met for JD Davis. I like that. It's a really good depth move for them. Mets got ripped off. No, they didn't. JD Davis is shit. What are you talking about? JD Davis has been the biggest bum known to man for the Mets. This guy is an ex-WOBA and exit velo machine. Robertson of Philly? Robertson of Philly? What the fuck? Why? All right. Okay, hold on. What the? So much just happened out of nowhere. JD Davis for Darren Ruff, 1-for-1. Love that move. Mets are not getting David Robertson. I'd imagine that the Phillies overpaid because I don't understand why that happened. So I'm a clown. That's very cute, Steve. Thank you for chiming in. All right, guys, give me 1 second. I'm going to update the thumbnail and all that stuff. Then we will go from there. And yeah, so bear with me 1 second, everybody, as I update the graphic. Hold on, everybody. Give me 1 second. And Tyler Mahle just got traded to the Twins, folks. More moves are happening as we speak. Oh, my goodness gracious. Eric, thank you so much for the dono. Vogie, Ruff, Naquin, over Dom, JD, Jank, 100%. They are 1,000% all upgrades. That's exactly what the Mets did. Those are the Mets platoon pieces. The only thing that I'm bummed right now is that Robertson went to the Phillies. I'm very happy about what the Mets did with Ruff. I'm not happy with Robertson going to the Phillies, though. That sucks. That sucks. Which will be very interesting to see what the Mets do for their pen. If the Mets get Contreras and Chafin, we're cooking. We're absolutely cooking. So we got more things to find out here. Got to get a Darren Ruff's photo real quick. Bear with me. Oh, Thomas Sapucki got traded too? What? Whoa, wait. Nick Zwack and Carson Seymour are A-level pitchers that are going to the Mets for JD Davis, Thomas Sapucki, and Darren Ruff. Okay. Sapucki, I knew was going to be dealt. That's fine. All right, guys, give me 1 second, everybody. So, yeah, Darren Ruff is, in fact, going to the New York Mets. We see here the other move that happened is that, pardon me, not so much Ruff. Sorry, guys, can't even speak right now. There's a lot going on at the moment. Ruff, JD Davis, Sapucki, all part of that deal. Hold on, everybody. Craziness going on right now. No, I'm not worried. I'm worried because I'm trying to get the stream set up differently. Everything always lags when I'm trying to do thumbnails and stuff. So bear with me a minute, guys. I'll ask you guys in the chat right now, though, if you like the trade. Ben Brown is going to Chicago on the David Robertson deal. Guys, do we know how good of a prospect Ben Brown was for the Phillies? Can someone let me know? Because I don't know anything about Ben Brown off the top of my head. So apparently the Phillies gave up a pretty good prospect in Ben Brown. What's Brown's ranking? He's number 26 in their system. Because a lot of people all Phillies fans seem to be complaining about giving up Brown. So what's the upside with him? I genuinely don't know. So that's why I'm asking you guys. Ruff does have control through 2024, guys, so he's not a rental, which is nice too. That's good. So he has control. He has 1 year less of control than JD Davis, which is fine because JD was not doing it. I'm glad JD's off the team. Wish JD all the best with the Giants, but he just is not a fit for the Mets. If he balls out elsewhere, good for him. But the Mets need a guy that actually knew how to competently hit lefties. And it's safe to say when JD was striking out right down the dick from Patrick Corbin of all guys, a guy that he normally owns, but yes, this year hasn't hit anything off of him, that's when you knew that was the last straw. Almost done with the editing, guys. I apologize for the delay. Continue to let me know your thoughts on the poll right now. Ruff is a rental. He's 36. I thought he had team control through 2024. That's what it said. Maybe I'm wrong. I'll double check, though. Yeah, no, Phillies getting Robertson definitely is a fun. I'm not happy about them getting Robertson. I'm not going to lie there. But as long as the Mets still address the bullpen and get Chafin and potentially Fulmer or someone else, then we're cooking. I'm not complaining. And yeah, exactly. He's coming in to be against lefties. I don't know why that's so hard for Mets. Mets fans act as if Darren Ruff is going to come in and be anything more than Daniel Vogelbach, but versus lefties, when that's exactly what Ruff's goal is going to be. I can understand, and maybe you don't love the fact that the Mets give up multiple assets. I completely understand that. However, I didn't see Zappucki personally having upside in the Mets organization outside coming out of the bullpen. And the Mets acquired some prospects that will now be in their top 20 to top 30 now, along with Ruff. So I like that deal for the Mets. I'm not complaining. The only thing that I'm not happy about is that Robertson went to the Phillies just because he won the division. Are Mets Alan Contreras? I've not heard anything that the Mets are Alan Contreras. No. No, Don, I would not be happy if the Mets signed Cologne. I like this move because the Mets clearly got a left-handed killer for the Mets off the bench. If you guys don't understand the importance of depth, especially come playoff time. You need guys for all situations. The Mets are building that. This is not the last move that the Mets make. However, if it is, in the hypothetical that this is the last offensive move the Mets make, I will complain about it. I'm not going to lie. I will 1,000% complain about it. I will 1,000% call out the front office. I'm not going to lie. I will 100% do that. But I feel confident that they are not done. Just bear with me, guys, as I'm getting the graphics set up still. My goodness, you guys are killing me. Give me 1 second, guys. Darren Ruff for JD Davis, Thomas Sapucki, and the Mets acquire a couple top 25, 30 prospects too that were drafted last year, I believe, by the Giants. So Robertson was traded just for Ben Brown, the prospect from the Phillies. Interesting. Okay, finally. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. My everything's running so damn slow right now as I'm just trying to fucking, pardon my French, update a thumbnail as the Mets made one of multiple moves that's bound to happen today. Darren Ruff will be mainly DH. And 2 top 30 prospects. Almost done, guys. I'm so sorry. Well, just give me like one more minute, then I'll be done. Oh, I'm sorry. The Mets were the ones to trade the prospects. My mistake. I thought the Mets were the ones getting okay. Gotcha. That's interesting. That's actually interesting. Okay. Finally. Jesus, this graphic took forever. Okay, so the Mets are the ones that parted with the prospects. I apologize, guys. I thought the Giants were the ones to do that. My mistake. The Mets gave up 2 top 30 prospects, like all the way in the 30s, I should say. Top 25, top 30 plus. Yes. Yep. Yeah, Carson Seymour and Nick Swack. Okay. Gotcha. Now I'm going to put that on the graphic right here. Change the title, and then we're all done. This team is, you got, yeah, I'm not going to lie. It does seem like that the Mets gave up a kind of a steep price for Ruff. However, I'm not complaining as long as Ruff has a good impact on the team right now. So, again, 900 OPS versus lefties. Mets got their phenomenal bench bat that rakes against lefties. Now it's just a matter of if they still make sure that they land a bigger name offensive acquisition and a Wilson Contreras or potentially JD Martinez. If the Mets do one of those two things, they'll be perfectly fine. Okay, let's see how everyone's feeling. Let's see. 36% of you guys in the poll do not like the trade. 30% of you guys like it, and 34% of you guys say I don't know how to feel yet. That's fair. That's fair. Again, I think just from a pure value perspective, if it was rough for JD 1-for-1, I think it would have been absolutely perfect. But I can understand the argument that the Mets gave up a little bit more prospects than maybe they should have. I'm not going to disagree with you there. But again, I can care less about those top 30 prospects that are more than likely not going to amount to anything. And it's Zapucky, who we saw how he did with the Mets earlier this year, as long as Ruff comes in and does what he's supposed to do. All right, there we go. Okay, everything's finally updating the chat. My goodness gracious. Yeah. JD at trade value, clearly not a lot. Clearly not a lot. Fire Epler, you guys are absolutely ridiculous. Pump the brakes. JD Davis was not going to be anything here. We knew that. He got more than enough of a leash. Razor finalizing a deal for Contreras. Ooh. If that's true, I'm going to get pissed off. So let's see if that's true. I didn't see anything there, though. Okay, guys, continue. Let me know your thoughts on the poll real quick. I got to go use the bathroom really quick. Oh, wait, let's see. Undeniable overpay by Epler here, but I'll hold judgment until 6 p.m. That's fair. I think I like that. It's been a rough day, Rory. It hasn't been a rough day. Mets have more moves coming. The only thing that I'm not happy about is Robertson going to the Phillies. That's the only thing that I don't like. Might make some mad, but Mets fans are used to disappointment over the years. Let's see here. It's like being in a good relationship after consecutive bad ones. The new relationship is just expected to be just as bad. And see, I can understand the PTSD, but for why exactly the Mets acquired Ruff, no one should be stressed out there. The Mets literally acquired him for the sole purpose of getting themselves a lefty killer off the bench. That's what they got in Ruff. Nothing more, nothing less. I truly hope and believe that that is not the last offensive acquisition for the Mets. However, if it is, then I'm going to have a lot to say. I think it'll be underwhelming for the Mets. I'm definitely going to react to it. So, guys, I have to go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back. Then I'm going to deep dive everything that you need to know about this trade a little bit further. Guys, the same amount of you schmucks out there, with all due respect, that are complaining about Ruff's batting average are the same guys that complain about Vogelback and his 228 average with the Mets. The Mets are not going to use Ruff versus righties, everybody. Get that through your head. The same way that the Mets are not going to use Vogelback versus lefties. Vogelback, 900 OPS versus righties. Rakes them. Has been awesome on base guy. Darren Ruff, the exact same thing against lefties. So understand the situation. Understand why they acquired him and his utilization. Do not look into his batting average. If you do that, then you would think that Vogelback would have done nothing for the Mets thus far, but it's all about how they're utilized. So I'll be right back. Let me go use the bathroom, then we'll talk further, everybody. Appreciate you all chiming in. For other kids, if we don't make a move, Adele, thank you so much for that donation. Appreciate you. Whoa, my goodness. Hold on. No, the Mets and Cubs talks are not over, folks. Apparently to Martino, though, the price still needs to go down. So it's a staring match. We'll see if anything changes because I don't see Contreras going to the Rays, in which the Rays would be willing to cough up a price more than what the Mets are right now. It's going to be very interesting to see how these next couple hours go. But bear with me, guys, as I'm trying to get the damn focus back from my camera. It really went out. Hold on. Hold on, guys. My apologies. Come on. There we go. Okay. Let me make sure I didn't miss any donations, and then I'll deep dive what I want to share more on this move from the Mets. So bear with me, everybody. Yeah, I saw Martino's report, which I found interesting. I'm really curious to see what's going to happen with the Cubs. I don't understand. Martino said that talks really haven't ignited. However, there's been multiple reports today that the Mets have advanced further with the Cubs on their interest with Contreras. So one of those things is not true, for sure. Okay, I don't think I missed anything. Okay. All right, guys. I'm going to start this all over again. We're going to talk more about this rough move, and then let's go from here. Okay. All right. So everyone watching this here in the live chat, appreciate you guys. We have over 2,000 viewers here on YouTube. You might be watching this also in a separate video if I cut this and posted this after the fact, after the Mets originally made the move for Darren Ruff, after everything that happened on the trade deadline. So make sure to smash that like and subscribe on. Greatly appreciate it. Let's deep dive. Let's talk about this move for the New York Mets. Dave, thank you for the $2 donation. No, the Mets are not getting Jed Lowry. Stop it with the nonsense. But the Mets acquired Darren Ruff today, and they gave up J.D. Davis. Of course, J.D.'s time with the Mets clearly felt done. I'm not surprised at all that J.D. was dealt. Thomas Szapucki, who has been shifting the bullpen as of late, has done actually pretty well as a reliever in AAA, and like 2 or 3 outings went scoreless. As a starter, has really been underwhelming. But then the Mets also gave up some top 30 prospects that they acquired over this past year or two's draft. And again, they land Darren Ruff, who can play in the infield, can't play in the outfield. We saw him in the left field. Remember the times when the Mets matched up against the Giants this year? It wasn't looking good. I'm pretty sure he had that fluky play also in left too, where the ball went into the netting. So Ruff, what do you get in Darren Ruff for a guy right now that, if you look at on stat line, has a 216 average, 46 runs scored, 38 RBIs, 2 stolen bags, a 328 on base percentage, and a 701 OPS. Is 2% lower than the average player in baseball. But this is a big thing with Darren Ruff, everybody. And don't get me wrong, I do believe initially off the jump that the Mets gave up a little bit more than they probably should have in this deal, just from an asset perspective, knowing that one, J.D. Davis does have more team control. Now, granted, J.D. is not as good as Darren Ruff. There's no denying that. J.D. has been so swing and miss this year. A guy that you would expect to rake against lefty pitching like he has in the past has not been able to do that. I mean, in last night's start against Patrick Corbin, who he's been his father's entire career up until this year, if he's striking out on fastballs right down the pipe, you know something's wrong. So JD, I wish him the best in San Francisco. That makes so much sense why the Mets parted with him there. However, when you look at Darren Ruff and what you're getting, he is exactly Daniel Vogelbach for the New York Mets, but against lefty pitching. When you see Darren Ruff, he's not a guy that is going to be raking against righties at all. He has a 570 OPS against right-handers. You're not going to see Darren Ruff match up at all against righties, the same way that you're not going to see Daniel Vogelbach or Tyler Naquin match up against southpaws at all this year. But what did the Mets been looking for, especially off the bench? In a platoon role off the bench, maybe have him start at DH at times when you really want him. That's a guy that knows how to rake against lefties, but I'd imagine he's going to be off the bench more often than not in that lefty position. You bring in someone like Darren Ruff. He has a roughly 900 OPS this season against left-handed pitching. He is literally Daniel Vogelbach, another big body, a guy that is not necessarily defensively capable. He has a defensive versatility, but nothing crazy. He profiles best as a DH for the Mets right now off the bench. Against lefties this year, a 252 average, a 364 on base, a 523 slugging, and an 886 OPS. So north of 900, as I mentioned there. And that is exactly what the Mets have been looking for from when you're looking at depth bench bats. Now, let me put it this way. If this is the only offensive acquisition that the Mets make, they don't do anything more. If they don't land a Contreras, if they don't land a JD Martinez, they don't do anything more significant than this, while the Mets will be okay, it's underwhelming, and I will tell you first and foremost, I will be disappointed that the Mets did not do anything more. Now, at the time of being live here, guys, as you're watching, we have right around 2 hours or so until the trade deadline concludes. The Mets are currently working on adding to the bullpen. Let's see if they don't just add the bullpen, but if they add on anything else offensively. But my initial reaction to this deal for the Mets, I love this for what the Mets need right now with a guy that can come off the bench, rake against lefties. And for everyone in the live chat right now, for everyone that has said to me in my videos about Vogelbach and stuff, if you guys just go ahead and look at my previous content when discussing the breaking trade for the Mets and landing Daniel Vogelbach for Holderman, everyone and their mother, for the most part, was pissed off about that move, did not like the move. But I told you guys, Vogelbach is going to be utilized just against righties. What has Vogelbach done? He has been a blessing for the Mets. He's already put more consistent production at the DH position than what they've gotten from Dom Smith and JD Davis all year long. Darren Ruff comes in and he gives you that exact type role when the Mets face a southpaw or when they're facing lefty relievers later in the game. That's what you're getting with Darren Ruff, a guy that was a big part of the Giants' success last year when they won 107 games or so. He's definitely going to be a nice piece for the Mets off the bench and gives them quality. Whenever the Mets want to have key matchups against righties or lefties, they have versatility now, and they have guys that truly know how to take advantage against those respective pitchers and overall pitching. So that's all you need to know about the move in a nutshell. This is probably where I'll cut things off for people that watch this, say in a separate video. So for people in the live chat, I'm going to get more of your donations out, all that fun stuff. Like I said, the Mets did give up a decent amount of assets here, more than I expected them to. When I initially saw the trade being discussed, I thought the Mets were acquiring a couple prospects, not parting with them. Now, am I concerned about these prospects and panning out? No, I'm not. You're looking at two guys that are top 30 for the Mets. The likelihood of them becoming anything that will hurt the Mets in the end is very slim to none. I like this move for the Mets a lot. This, again, addresses a need for a bench bat that rakes against lefties. Look, let me put it this way. When this guy's doing better against lefties than Pete Alonso, that gives you a good idea as how piss poor the Mets have been for a large portion of the year against southpaws, either as starters or relievers. You help bring that certainty off the bench for you. That is what you get in Darren Ruff. I'm very curious to see if the Mets make any more moves at all. And if they don't, then for right now, at least Darren Ruff off the bench, that is surely a nice move. JD Davis, wish you the best in San Francisco, but the Mets got a guy that actually is effective and comes in a role that he is supposed to be doing, and which JD Davis was simply not able to do for the entirety of the 2022 season. All right, folks, that's I had to slight pause there because, again, I might post that as a separate video for people that want to watch that aren't in the live chat right now. Give me 1 second. Call up Alvarez and trade for relief pitching. I don't think Alvarez is going to get called up. I mean, if anything, it's going to be Vientos, right? But even that feels like a stretch to me. Hold on, guys. I just want to write down the time quick. Hold on. 2:10 to 2:17. So that way, if I crop and post that rough deal after I'm live here, that way I can do that. Okay. Garbage picking again. It's not garbage picking when you're acquiring depth, guys. I don't know how many times I need to say that to you. However, I will be the first to critique you guys that if the Mets don't do anything more offensively, I will be upset about it. I'm not going to lie. Okay, now let's go up in the chat, guys. Bear with me. I'm going to see whatever donations we got in here. Appreciate everyone chiming in. Continue smashing that like and subscribe button. I greatly appreciate it, guys. And thank you so much again for the support. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I was not wrong here in my assessment on Darren Ruff. There's nothing wrong in that assessment. However, if the Mets don't make any more offensive moves, I'll be wrong in the assumption that they will make more moves. 100%, and I will rag on them just as much as all you guys. I want the Mets to make more offensive moves. If they don't, I will be very, very underwhelmed by that. And I will rant about it with you guys, and I'll rant about it in my podcast I'm recording later tonight. But until we get there, unless that becomes a reality, let's wait and see what the Mets potentially have in store. Literally the only move that I'm bothered by so far today is Robertson going to the Phillies. That's the only move that I'm not happy about personally. I really like this move for Ruff. Very much so. That's a huge upgrade over JD. Mike, Contreras is in the starting lineup today. That's okay. Christian Vasquez literally got traded as he was about to start his game against the Astros yesterday. So, yeah, Contreras is going to be in the lineup until a move happens or doesn't. Charles with a $10 donation. Thank you so much for that, Charles. If you're a team who's in a win-now mode with all these free agents at the end of the year, like the Mets, you can't prospect hug guys, especially borderline top 100 guys like Vientos. Go get Wilson now. I agree with you. I really want Wilson. Trust me, Charles. We're on the exact same wavelength there. 1,000%. Check Martino tweet. I did. What, did he see something new now? Hold on. I saw the Martino tweet about Contreras. I saw that already. That was from like 12. If there's a new one, can someone just tell me what he said? Because he has me blocked on Twitter. So let me know, guys. I know about Brandon Marsh to Phillies. Yeah, that happened already. Hold on, guys. Give me Fulmer and Chase. Oh, I'll be ecstatic if the Mets acquire them both. 100%. I'm wrong. I did take into account what the Mets gave up. I did. I said that I think that the Mets gave up a little bit more than they should. I'm not denying that. But I'm also not denying that the impact that the Rough can have on the Mets right now is not a bad thing. It surely is a good thing. JD Davis was not going to be anything for the Mets. He made that abundantly clear this year. Thomas Szapucki, likelihood was not strong. The top 30 prospects, if they amounted to something, then okay. But for everyone that doesn't want a prospect hug, I don't think that we should act as hypocrites and do that here with a deal like this. Personally, if you guys disagree with me, that's fine. But I think that just doesn't make much sense. I know Contreras is in the starting lineup for the Cubs tonight, Jose. Thank you for that donation. What are we doing? JD's 100% better than Rupp. No, he's not, Tremont. JD hasn't hit a lick against lefties this year. JD hasn't hit consistently at all this year. JD has not been a better hitter overall than Ruff this year when Ruff has not been fun against righties one bit. That's simply not a fact. Look at the numbers. They will all tell you that Darren Ruff has been a better player, especially against lefties. And I saw that report about Martino and Contreras. If there's anything new there, let me know. But I'm pretty sure you guys are just updating me on the same report that I saw. And we're $150 away from 1,000 likes here in the live show. Thank you guys so much for that. Greatly appreciate it, everybody. Thank you. And Wilson is available. What about Haas with Chafin? I wouldn't be opposed to that. Granted, it would be definitely be downgraded. There's no denying that. I would like Chafin, though. I mean, if the Mets did Chafin, Fulmer, and Haas, that would be dope. I think that'd be really nice. That would definitely be sufficient. However, I just would really like the Mets to do more offensively there. I feel underwhelmed if the Mets do not. Marino just said Guardians could be major player for Wilson. Okay. Hold on, guys. I'm checking tweets right now, everybody, so bear with me. Okay, so this was the exact report from Michael Marino, in case you guys are wondering. Here it is. Just spoke to a few who believe the Cleveland Guardians could be a serious player in the Wilson Contreras sweepstakes here. Price still described to be too high. Does price drop and teams pounce? Or are the Guardians a player here that we don't know much about? Okay, gotcha. That was originally relaying off of what Martino said earlier. Hold on, guys. I have to go on a phone call quick. Bear with me. Padres just made another fucking splash. Damn it. I want to know what they gave up. So they just lost out on Luke Voit, and they just got Brandon Drury. Damn. I'm tight. I'm not going to lie. I'm tight. That pisses me the hell off. Padres just slam dunked on everyone, bro. Man. Granted, I didn't think that the Mets would get Drury after getting Ruff, obviously. What did they give up to get Drury? That's what I want to know. What did they give up? If they overpaid for Drury, then okay. I will live with it. But I want to know what they gave up. Okay, guys, I'm not going to lie. I just was on a phone call with people that I understand. I can't say anything more than that. However, what I will tell you is that the Mets are still very much pushing to make good things happen. Whether that is going to amount to something happening or not, we will see. But the Mets are not out on anything right now. Do not believe what you're currently seeing. Even if they don't land someone, they are not out on anyone right now. They're still pushing pedal to the metal. If you get what I'm saying. That's why I had to go on that call. Drury isn't a huge... No, but Drury's just like... Talk about an upgrade over Voit. They just got Belt and Soto. Now they got Brandon Drury casually as 20 bombs this year. Like, that's a great pickup for the Padres. Phenomenal pickup for the Padres. But yeah. Yeah, I want to know what did the Padres give up, guys? Let me know when we find out what Drury was dealt for. Because Preller's the type to overpay. Is JDM out yet? I've not heard anything to suggest that Martinez is out yet. And no, the Mets are not done with their moves. So before everyone thinks that the Mets completely flopped and their deadline is done, I assure you there are still more moves in the works right now. I promise you. Just because we're an hour away does not mean that we're completely done with moves, guys. Just hear me out. Padres are giving up too much knowing they could be eliminated from the play. I mean, Padres are going all in. Look, I mean, I respect it. Don't get me wrong. Let's see. Losing Zappucky. Heartbroken, all's lost. Epler has no soul. I guess there's still Trevor May. Thank you so much for the donation. If you know, you know. 4 players for garbage. Seasonova. Yes, because a roughly 900 OPS for Darren Ruff off the bench is garbage. Keep acting like a casual, guys. Keep it up. Please, please, please. When Darren Ruff becomes a stud against lefties for the Mets, I want to see the amount of people overreacting then. And the Mets are not done making moves, I assure you. Okay, who turned on forced trades for the Padres? Exactly. Jeurys Familia just got designated for assignment by the Phillies officially. Hold on, guys. What was it? Is it Acosta that went the other way? Acosta was the Padres' 6th ranked prospect. The Padres gave up a number 6 prospect for Drury. They can have him. That's fine. I'm not complaining. I'm not complaining. Yeah, no, that's fine. They legit gave up a number 6 prospect for Drury, who granted, I don't know how much of an impact Drury's going to have for them. I don't know how much playing time Drury's going to get for them either. Or are they going to put Drury? Now that has me thinking. Yeah, Padres gave up a number 6. No chance in hell the Mets were going to do that for Drury as a rental. I don't blame them at all for not doing that. There's no way. Preller would do that. I'm not bothered by at all. And I understand why the Mets did Ruff. You're giving Ruff a chance. Also, you should. The same way that no one gave Daniel Vogelbach a chance and it only took a week to sway almost every Mets fan's minds and their mother. Just give it time. The Mets are going to utilize him well. I promise you. Read donos? Okay, I'll read donos. This is all Sandy isn't even in the... I'm done. I'm done addressing the Sandy stuff, guys. I thought I addressed all the donations. Did I not? If I didn't, I apologize. Let me try to go back up then. Okay. Dean says, Padres just got Drury. Unfortunately, we need Contreras and relievers. It's looking like we're completely finished. Goddamn. One reliever max is not a W. I agree that if the Mets only just land a reliever, that's underwhelming. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think the Mets have more up their sleeve, though. So let's wait and see what happens. Okay, guys. Thank you for that donation, brother. I appreciate you. Let me see. Was there another donation? Okay, no. I think we're up to date now. Charles. Bro, I understand the Mets like platoons, but you have to make a move that sends a message to the rest of the league. No. I agree. I'm in a full agreement with you. I'm not disagreeing with anyone here on wanting Contreras. Oh, and guys, my apologies. The prospect that the Padres gave up was their 6th prospect today, but he was their 11th prospect yesterday. It was after they made their previous moves. So that's still, again, basically a top 10 prospect for rental Brandon Drury. I would have been more okay if the Mets did that. However, I understand why they didn't. They clearly like Ruff and want a platoon. As long as they do that and make sure that they land something bigger, that's fine. Because Drury wasn't going to play every day for the Mets if they acquired him. There's no denying that. He would have been a platoon like Ruff, for instance. So I understand why the Mets didn't want to give up a top prospect to that degree for him, rather giving away JD and some lesser pieces. Just because the Mets give up quantity doesn't mean it's quality in this deal with Ruff. Keep that in mind, too. Zbucky being gone, just feel empty inside. I feel for you, 1200. I know that he was your favorite player. I feel that. It looks like the Padres are also trying to trade Will Myers right now. Hold on. Yeah, heard the Padres still trying to trade Will Myers and his money before the deadline. Hold on. Okay, did I miss anyone? I don't think I missed it. Wait, I think I did. My apologies, guys. It's so hard when we have 2,500 viewers. As much as I love that, the only downside is that's hard to catch up with donations and overall comments. So I'm trying my best right now. Luke, thank you so much for the donut. Luke says, points it's poor use of assets, specifically pitching prospects for another DH type, which hampers us defensively. Robertson for those prospects. Well, clearly the Mets did not value Szapucki high, nor was he valued high at all. Let's keep in mind that Szapucki, at best, if he's going to make the MLB, will come in as a reliever more than likely. So I get what you're saying, but Szapucki is by no means not even a decent prospect for the Mets pitching wise. He dropped drastically the past year and a half to 2 years, and they just bolstered with more great pitching in this year's draft. So, I mean, let me put it this way. If the Mets trade Matthew Allen, everyone, including myself, will lose their mind in a deal like this. That's not what happened here. I get what you're saying, Luke. I just hope you understand where I'm coming from too. Question everybody here in the live chat. Do you think the Mets are going to land 1 or 2 relievers today? Let me know in the chat, guys, what you think. 1 or 2 relievers. Oh, guys, you know what just happened? MLB Network just reported that the New York Mets are still very much in on Wilson Contreras. You guys don't think the Mets are going to land any relievers? You guys are smoking straight crack. I'm sorry. What? For all the people that put 0, you guys are on, you were on something. That's literally the Mets' biggest priority today, more than likely. I missed your dono. Let me go back, Jackie. I apologize. I'm trying to get caught up here. But yes, guys, MLB Network just reported the Mets are still very much in on Wilson Contreras. So take with that information as you will. Question to everybody in the chat too. Will you guys view this as a trade deadline W if the Mets land Contreras, land 1 or 2 really strong relievers, and have Ruff off the bench to rake against lefties? Will you guys be happy about that as a trade deadline? Because if you are, good, because you should be. That would be basically the best the Mets can possibly do at the deadline. The only thing better would potentially getting a bat that is bigger, like a JD Martinez, but it doesn't feel likely with how much assets you have to give up. So the Mets land Contreras, add a reliever or 2, and Ruff. Is the majority of the people in the show here going to be happy? That's what I want to hear. I know I'm going to be happy. I'm going to be jumping for joy because that's exactly what the Mets need. So let me know in the chat. Let me hear it. Let me hear it. I really hope that a lot of Mets fans can try to turn the frowns upside down because, again, I'm beyond underwhelmed if they don't do anything beyond this either in regards to Ruff. Kirk Casale just got traded to the Mariners, by the way, so the Giants continue to make moves. Okay, good. I'm glad that we're in strong unison here in the chat. So my roughly 2,600 viewers. Let me go up, though. There was a dono from a while ago. I don't know. I'm going to try my best to find it. If I missed it, my man, I do apologize. I sincerely do. I'm sure I missed a couple donos today without even meaning to. Not purposeful, guys. Just hard when you got 2,600 viewers in the chat. As we're staying along, the Mets made a move already, but they're going to do more. Oh, see, I didn't even see this. Super Slash, honestly, I don't know why we parted ways with Drury. Because Drury wanted an everyday role next year, and he wouldn't have gone that with the Mets for good reason. So Drury took a shot, and that's what happened. Hold on, guys. Thank you for that donation again, Super. I appreciate you. Yeah, simply put, Drury wanted to be in an everyday role. That's why he signed with the Reds. That made him play every day. Now he's going back to going from an everyday player to being in a limited role with the Padres. I don't know how much they're going to play him because Drury's only going to probably play in DH, I'd imagine. He can play some second if they don't want Cronenworth there at times. He can play some first. So, you know what? Drury can play a decent amount if they have him DH because they got rid of both Voit and Hosmer. So I'd imagine Drury's going to get the bulk of the time at DH from now on. He's going to be good with the Padres, though. I think that's a very good fit for them. I think Darren Ruff fits the mold exactly what the Mets want, and a lefty killer off the bench that takes walks and is big. That's literally Vogelback just from the other side of the plate and Ruff. Okay, hold on. Someone said he donated earlier. I'm trying desperately to find it. I'm trying so hard for you guys. I apologize if I can't get it, my guy. I do. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get it. If I don't, I'm gonna have to go back to the bottom of the chat. I apologize. I really do. Okay. Yeah, not gonna find it right now. We'll have to reassess. Maybe try later. Hold on. I did see another donation. Let's get to that. Is Contreras? What did someone say in the chat? Is Contreras getting traded today at all? Yeah, I think Contreras will get dealt. I will. Teams are pushing hard for him, including the Mets. Jack says Chaz full of casuals. Again, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what happens by 6 p.m. I think that'll dictate a lot for people and their mindset. All people want to see are big names. Yeah, that's normally the case. I get it. I get it. Jose with the $10 donut. Jose says, when did Mets fans become so entitled? We just got 3 major upgrades over Dom JD. Why is everyone being annoying to Jose? Again, if you don't get the biggest name on the block, people get upset. That's what happens. And I will tell you personally that I will be a little upset if the Mets don't do anything more offensively. I love the Mets offense. However, I think that even though that they're rounding things out in the platoon, they really can use a Wilson Contreras more than anything. He's the guy to get right now. So I pray that the Mets get him, but we'll see. It's important that we need bullpen, Chafin, Puck, Fulmer, Givens. I agree. I 100% agree with you. And the Mets will address bullpen. I think Chafin's going to come to the Mets for sure. Both relievers from Detroit and Wilson, I'm good. See, that's the dream. That's the dream or close to. John, thank you for the dono. Hold on. Goaty Goat says, Wardy, what do you throw in one of your buddies in a trade for Contreras? If it's going to sell the deal, I'll think about it. My Mets do come first. I love my buns, but I do have 2 for a reason. I do got 2 for a reason. Don't look at me like that, Gigi. I will trade your ass if I need to. Appreciate the donation. That's fine. Yeah, we will bring in a bunny before the end of the show as long as the Mets make more moves. Blink Jones, the Mets BR community seems to be okay with dealing with Vientos as long as it's not for a rental. Would I do it for JD or Contreras? If that is going to be the X factor in landing him, yeah, I will bite the bullet and deal with that. I want Contreras on this team. I think his immediate impact is insanely massive. And I'd imagine that's really down to both the Rays and the Mets right now in regards to Contreras. I don't think there's many other players. Could be more. Could there be more of the rough deal? More to the rough deal. Not with the deal itself, but there should be more than just rough that the Mets acquire. That's for certain. Stormy to the Cubs. That's funny. And guys, we're less than 50 likes away from 1,000. Thank you guys so much for that. Continue smashing that like and subscribe on. Over 20K, you beautiful live viewers. Thank you guys so much for that as well. Greatly appreciate every single one of you guys. This has been an absolute blast of a live show. A little underwhelming right now because we want the Mets to make more moves. Crazy out of roughly 2,500 votes, 39% of you guys leading say no, that you don't like the move for the Mets. That's kind of nuts. I mean, JD Davis is getting more support today than he's gotten in his whole career from Mets fans. But, you know, it is what it is. Well, guys, we're really close to 17K on the channel as well. Thank you so much for that. You guys are the absolute best. Really, it looks like we're going to hit 17K with ease today, so thank you guys so much in advance. I live in dreamland. Enlighten me, Brandon. Bring it on. Bring me on how I'm living in dreamland. Appreciate you. It looks like we just about hit 17K, guys. If so, thank you guys so much for that. I really, really do appreciate it. We're trying to get a 20K. That is the biggest first, like, short-term goal on the channel. The first big one, other than 10K that we hit. I mean, how long ago did we hit 10K? Shit, sometime last year, right? Yeah, so, well, definitely early last year, I think. But I don't even know. I don't know. We've only been doing this an hour and a half. Almost final hour, right? Yep, we're getting down to the final hour and 10 minutes. Ruff owns the Dodgers. Oh, there you go. I'll take that to the bank. Robert Murray just tweeted the following. There's over an hour before the trade deadline, but there's a chance that Wilson Contreras stays with the Cubs. I will lose my mind if Contreras isn't traded. I will literally lose my mind. So that better not happen. It's possible they keep him for the rest of the year, try to re-sign him or extend him qualifying offer and recoup draft picks if he signs elsewhere. That better not happen. That would be so Rockies of them. I don't think that's going to happen, though. I honestly don't. Here come the bots. I know we just had bots in the show. Wardy, I support JD. I did not support JD all year, Jonathan. You clearly haven't watched every single post-game show. You probably watched the first month of the year in which JD, I was aware of his bad luck. However, it became a quick reality not long after into the season that JD, his launch angle is absolutely atrocious. Absolutely atrocious. So regardless on how well his advanced numbers are, the guy cannot lift a baseball to save his life. He's a ground ball machine. Hard exit velo into the dirt. Yeah, no, Jonathan, unless you've watched every single show, and I know you haven't, because if you have, you would know I have been a heavy critic of JD plenty of times on this channel. The only biggest day that JD had this year was the 5 RBI Grand Salami game against Castano and the Marlins a couple weeks ago. He said, Mads, what are you smoking? JD has always been honestly one of my least favorite players on the Mets. That's crazy. Marino tweet, let's get into it. And it's nothing personal against JD, but I mean, I was so fed up with him playing at third when he doesn't have a glove. Then this year, I was hoping that he would do well, and he didn't. Nothing personal against him. Hold on, guys. Let me make sure I didn't miss any donations. You guys are telling me to check Marino. I will. So just give me 1 second, everybody. You know, I'm up to date on donations, looks like. Okay. Nothing new from Marino. He just retweeted Murray. Let's see. I know he wasn't a number 6 prospect. He was number 11. Yeah, I'm aware. I discussed that earlier, Adam. Thank you, though. Remember that amazing catch Davis JD made at first base? Without, yeah, I know. JD was sneaky good at first for no reason. Yeah, thank you so much. Chafin and Contreras for it's a bust at deadline. I agree. Wholeheartedly agree with you. Now, granted, Chafin is ideal. It doesn't necessarily need to be Chafin because there are other very good relievers out there. But yeah, I mean, personal preference, Chafin's my guy, like you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. Yes, Chafin and Contreras, or I would argue it's a bust. Yep, 100%. Death, I got your dono, my guy. I apologize. Some comments act as if the Mets were not in first. People don't want to give up top prospects, but want top players for low-level prospects. Now people complain about JD or upset he's gone. I mean, the world goes round and round and round. That's how it works. Again, nothing personal against JD, but I like the pickup of Ruff as long as you add more. If you don't add more, then I'm not mad about the Ruff pickup. I'm mad that you didn't do more still. Ruff doesn't suck, you schmucks. Guys, he's a lefty killer. Daniel Vogelbach is a righty killer. Please. I'm driving me nuts. Please. He's literally a bench bat to rake against lefties. That's all he is. Stop reading into it like he's going to be in the lineup every single day for the Mets. He's not going to be, I promise you. It's the other prospects. The other prospects are top 30, though. I can understand. Look, I'm not going to argue too much about the prospects. I get it. But I feel like people are unnecessarily prospect hugging right now just because of the fact that they don't love the name Darren Ruff because it's not the prettiest name to them right away. When Ruff's impact on the Mets is going to be the equivalent of a guy with a 900 OPS because that's what he is against lefties. Sean, thank you for the donation. With JD Davis gone, which Mets on the big league roster are most likely to be part of a trade package? Anyone unexpected? Unexpected, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, no, I would be surprised. Like, I mean, if it's unexpected, then obviously I don't know, right? I would say Dom, but Dom, who at this rate, doesn't look like Dom's going anywhere. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. There aren't a lot of other unexpected type ones. Guardians just signed. Guardians announced Sandy Leon has been traded to the Twins in exchange for Ian Hamilton. Okay. Let's see. We got a couple donos here, guys. Yanni with the $50 piece. Thank you so much for that, Yanni. Really, really. Guys, type in the chat for Yanni. Beyond generous. Really, really care about that. Really, really do. Yanni says, remember this comment when we get Wilson Contreras. You know what, Yanni? I'm going to take a photo of this on my phone. So that way, if it does happen, I'll make sure to shout you out. There you go. Thank you so much for that dono, Yanni. You're preaching the choir. Really, really appreciate that donation. I'm like you. I'm praying it happens. I really do. If it doesn't happen, I'm going to be bummed. Not going to lie. I will be upset for sure. Thank you so much for the dono, Yanni. James with the $10 donation says, Mets took a Moneyball approach to the DH position, and I'm perfectly okay with that. The combined WRC plus for both Vogelbach and Ruff is 150. You know who has the same WRC plus? Juan Soto. Granted, I think you're stretching it a little bit, James Alba. Let's not compare a generational star to the Mets platooning DH. But I understand the point that you're trying to make in the sense that how they will be utilized are players that are far superior than Mets fans seem to realize because they're getting cooped up in their overall season numbers. Darren Ruff is not going to face righties much at all, folks. If it happens, it'll be once in a blue moon. He's in here to face lefties, simply put, and he's an on-base god against lefties especially. That's his big thing. He's a huge on-base guy against lefties, as Daniel Vogelbach is a big on-base guy against righties. That's what the Mets brought them in for. More guys on base, more likelihood of driving in runs. They can also drive in runs too. Again, Ruff has what, 40, right around 40 RBIs on the year, like 50 runs scored or something. So yeah, no, I really like the pickup for the Mets for what he brings. So to say it's far superior than JD Davis doesn't say it enough. Thank you so much, my man. I appreciate that. Mets signed Cameron Maybin for depth. Let's see. Padres are acquiring Jay Groom from the Red Sox in the Eric Hosmer deal from earlier. Okay. I don't know who Jay Groom is. For Ruff, I think you guys are putting a little bit too much stock into the quality for Ruff versus what he's going to bring on the Mets. But again, we'll see. We'll see. I don't know how you can like this. You can like it when Darren Ruff is here to just face lefties and he's a 900 hitter. He's roughly 50% better than the average player in baseball when he's facing southpaws this year. If you think Darren Ruff is going to be in the lineup every single day, you're not paying attention. With all due respect. I don't know how many times I need to keep telling you guys that. Forrest is better than Ruff, not against lefties. Forrest is really underwhelming against lefties. Made perfect sense why the Mets did not get Forrest. If Dom stays, where do you think he fits for us this year? I think Dom will be either cut completely or he's going back to the minors. They'll start with minors and hope that he goes down to the minors. I don't see Dom playing another game for the Mets this year, even if he's on the team. Braves have been too quiet. I'm starting to stress. I'm not concerned with the Braves here. Honestly, we'll see. If the Braves do anything offensively, I'd imagine that the biggest thing that they would do is like a Jock Pearson, but they just landed Rex Grossman, so I think that's already happening. Devin Spades, thank you so much. I think some fans frustrated by we all want that impact, high profile every day at bat. We just have to realize Contreras or JD can still have. Yes, I agree. Here's the thing. If that doesn't happen, I don't know how many times I need to say that I'm in agreement with everyone. I'll be pissed off too, wholeheartedly. But until we get there, until it is past 6 p.m. Eastern time, I cannot emphasize enough why Mets fans need to control themselves. Appreciate that donation, Death and Spades. Guys, continue smashing that like and subscribe on. Greatly appreciate it. Michael with the $2 donut. Michael says, put on the Mets jean jacket for good luck for Wilson. All right, guys, let's do this. Do you guys want me to put on the Mets jean jacket for the final hour in the show? I have to go use the bathroom again quick, but when I come back, do you guys want me to put on the legendary jean jacket that is? I haven't put it on because it's a little hot in here. But yeah, let me know. If you want me to put on the jean jacket, I will. If not, I won't. Tell me what you want me to do. I will listen to chat and only chat. You control what I do today. Boyd to Mariners, I saw that, yeah. GG luck is needed. Might have to bring one of the bunnies in as a late night rally type thing. So yeah, okay, guys, awesome. All right, I'll put on the jacket. I'm gonna go use the restroom quick. I'll be back in a second. Stay beautiful, guys. Be back in 1 minute. And we back. All right. And my camera goes out of focus. All right. So for anyone that's new on the channel, usually when you watch my video content, not so much streams now because it gets way too hot doing streams. I usually, however, for videos, love to wear this denim jacket. No fucking way. Okay, never mind. Okay. This is Rory's denim jacket that you always see me in. There you go. In the final hour, I'm gonna wear this as long as I can, and I hope that's good luck. If not, I'm throwing it away. Won't wear it for a while then. But we'll put on the denim jacket now. So hold on. I know the Mets are officially in their final hour here in the trade deadline, folks. Let's see what they do. I did not play you, Melty. What are you talking about? What are y'all talking about? Did I miss a donation or are we caught up? Let me know in the chat, guys. I know Ruff is a tough out. I know he is. I know what he does against lefties. Apparently, I'm only one of few that knows that, though. Mr. Dono? Okay, thank you. Watch ESPN? What are we watching ESPN for? Something on ESPN? Is Passon talking? Let me know. Okay, they just said on ESPN that through an analyst that's at the game right now for the Cubs versus Cardinals, I believe, and he said that I imagine that there will be at least one more deal to be had here, but we'll see. Alec, thank you so much for the donut. I appreciate that. Hyping the chat to you. I will bring in a bunny just for some good luck in a minute, just for you guys. Darren, I put on the jacket, my man. Thank you. And guys, we did hit 17,000 subscribers. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for joining the channel. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you, guys. You are all the best. Help us get a 20K. That is our next goal here on the channel. Okay. Did I miss more than just for that one dono? Hold on, guys. Trying to get caught up here. Death and Spades, thank you for the dono. The only way I would be okay without Contreras or JD is if Effer solidifies a pen with Chafin and Fulmer or Soto. I could 100% live with it. I can live with it too, I agree. However, I would be underwhelmed. What did Heyman say that everyone's crying about? No. Contreras is saying, pardon me. Literally, Heyman is saying the exact same thing that Martinez said an hour and a half ago, guys. Nothing has changed on the Contreras front. The Mets are still involved. Again, nothing's a guarantee that they're going to land him at all, but they are not out. So I would not be saying that for certain that they are out right now. Still wait and see. We'll see. We'll find out over the next hour. Trust me, I will be upset if the Mets don't get Contreras or that the Cubs don't sell him. That'll drive me nuts. But there's still time. We'll see. How can we not get a bullpen arm? The Mets will get bullpen, I promise you. The Mets will address bullpen. They're not done. So Jeff Passan just said buckle up this final hour. There's going to be plenty of big name moves dealt. You aren't going to want to miss it. So again, for anyone that thinks that there's nothing drastic still happening in the final hour of the trade deadline, farthest thing from the truth, guys. Buckle up. Buckle up. Yeah, I just addressed that at least. Thank you. Rough deal is official. Yep. The Mets are going to get more than rough, I assure you. I just can't tell you what exactly it's going to be. We can sit here and assume all we want, but assuming will only take you so far. They're either going to get Contreras or they're not. They're going to add a bullpen. That I feel, if the Mets don't do anything else, I will throw something. That I know for certain will change. Hold on, guys. I'm sorry. I did see another dono or two. I'm almost certain. So I'm trying to get to it, make sure I didn't miss anything. The Dodgers are making a final hour push for Pablo Lopez, by the way, folks. In case you guys are wondering, I am talking to people that I am connected with right now, and I'm just waiting to hear back right now. It's very much of what the same that we heard earlier. What pitchers are even left for the Mets to get? I mean, all the ones that they wanted outside of David Robertson are available. You have Andrew Chafin, who's the big southpaw. You also have Michael Fulmer, the former New York Met from Detroit. Gregory Soto, if they really wanted. AJ Puck from the A's, even though I think he'll be a little expensive. They want a lesser degree Joe Mantiply. There's a lot of relievers out there, that's for sure. You know, I don't think the Mets are completely out on Contreras yet, folks. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say that they're 100% going to land him because I don't know that. But still. Trevor Rosenthal got traded to the Brewers, folks. Thomas, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you kindly for chiming in. Hype in the chat for Thomas with a $5 dono. Oh, with two. Thank you so much, Thomas. Was that one or two? Maybe it was just one. Or I got thrown off. No less. Thank you so much for that. This is what I mean. It would appear Mets out. The Mets are not out per. Even Heyman said that it says it's unlikely. Unlikely and out are two different things, guys. And that's exactly what Martinez said literally over an hour ago. He's repeating the same shit right now. Here's the issue with the Cubs right now, folks. If the Mets don't land Contreras, no one is. Which tells you that the Cubs are playing hardball still. This is what's so annoying. Mets in on Murphy and Narvaez. I wouldn't mind Sean Murphy at all. Sean Murphy would be the best catcher the Mets would have right now. That would be dope. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Sean Murphy, I could definitely live with. However, Narvaez is nothing special offensively. And he's nothing special defensively either. So he wouldn't make much sense. But what I want to say quickly about the Cubs, let's go Mets. We're hoping we snag Chafin 100%. 100% Tucker. Thank you so much for the dono. The Cubs really, really are being stubborn right now, folks. That's the thing. It's not like the Cubs have this illustrious market for Contreras either. So they're just being a pain in the ass as we speak. Let's see. Imagine we somehow get Devers and I'll keep imagining Death and Spades. Thank you for the donut. I appreciate that. Question, everybody, to everyone here in the live chat right now, to my upwards of 2,500 viewers, what reliever do you hope the Mets land the most? Do you hope the Mets land Andrew Chafin, a Michael Fulmer? Gregory Soto, I think, is a little too expensive for their liking. Let me know. Is there a reliever out there that you have an eye on that maybe hasn't been discussed much either? Let me hear it. Yeah, I want Chafin too. I want Chafin bad. Chafin's my guy. Why is nobody talking about Bednar as a possibility? For the simple reason, Julian, he's going to cost you prospects that are too much. He's young, controllable for multiple years. Going to be too costly for a reliever that the Mets want to work with when there are other reliever options out there that are either on 1 or 2 year deals. Brent donated? How long ago did Brent donate? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Brent, if you donate, I apologize. I'm trying to go up in the chat. Because I addressed Julian's just now. And yeah, guys, Ruff isn't a rental. He has team control until 2024. Until after 2024, I should say. Hold on. Did Brent donate? I didn't even see that. I'm so sorry, Brent. Bear with me. Mr. Donut right before Tucker's? Okay, let me go back. Let me go. Hold on. Tucker. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm at Tucker. Hold on. Oh, now I found it. I found it, Brent. My apologies, Brent. Brent says, go get Chafin catching depth and call it a day. It feels like that's the route the Mets will go down if they don't land Contreras. You know? So let's see what happens. Thank you so much for that dono, though. I would love Chafin. I would love Contreras. I can live gladly with Sean Murphy. But obviously, Contreras is a guy. Just a matter of how willing are the Cubs right now. And how much are they budging or not. Yeah, Trevor May will be back tomorrow. I know that. Yep. One second, everybody. Double checking stuff at the moment. Gustavo with the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much for that, Gustavo. Guys, we are right around 40 minutes away from the MLB trade deadline. We're getting close. Getting closer. I'll bring in a bunny now. All right, Gustavo, thank you for the dono. I'll bring in a bunny for good luck to see if that's going to change anything. Appreciate the dono. No. Passon said it on ESPN's broadcast on TV. That's going to be a big final hour. He didn't tweet it. He said it over television. He said more big names are likely to be dealt. Keep in mind, too, not just Contreras, but Happ as well. That's been discussed quite a bit. There's multiple guys out there still. JD Martinez. Is Martinez going to stand pat, or is he going to be dealt? Also, Carlos Rodon, Noah Syndergaard. A lot more pieces I think are going to be traded, guys. Okay, guys, we have a bunny in here for the good luck. Where's the girlfriend? My girlfriend chimed in earlier, in case you're wondering. Here's my other girlfriend now, my bunny, Stormy. So let's get her in here for 1 second. Passing didn't tweet anything. Yeah, nothing new from passing. Hey, this team so much I can't stand them. Jaden. Breathe, Jaden. We have more time, Jaden. Breathe. Thank you for the dono, though. I appreciate you. Okay. So in case you guys don't know, this is one of my two bunnies. Her name is Stormy. The other is Gigi. Gigi's still like rested. She didn't want to. Gigi's harder to get out on live streams than Stormy is. That's why I bring her in so much more lately. But yeah, we have Stormy. She's hopefully the good luck charm. She is a lion head that's like 6 months old. Your bunnies would be a better front office. They are good decision making. I got to be honest with you. But yes, there you go. This is Stormy. Hope you guys enjoy her. Hopefully she brings the Mets good luck. But yeah, she's a good girl. She appreciates everyone chiming in to like the 2,500 viewers. Hope this is exactly like you were looking for. I hope this is the exact type of move that you're looking for today. She did get big, Michael. She's like as big as Gigi now. She's all fluff though. Like you see this? This is all just fluffy magic right here. So, see, there you go. So yeah, there's Stormy. She appreciates everyone chiming in. Gonna throw up. This is trash. Joey, breathe, Joey. Breathe, Joey. We're going to get through this. There's more to come. More to come. 40 minutes away, baby. Mets have been protective of their top prospects, but word is they have talked Ronnie Mauricio in packages. Get it done. Get it done, Billy. Ronnie has no future on this team. With all due respect, Ronnie, if you need to trade a top prospect, ship his ass out. I'm sorry. This is the time to do it. Oh, I'm so I was told the Mets are done. Like, come on. The Mets have more moves coming. I promise you. Just tweeted by Joel Sherman. They are not done. Mauricio is still in tonight's Binghamton Rumble Ponies game as of now. But yes, Mets have discussed Ryan Mauricio and a deal. I do have a therapy for my trade deadline. She's just sitting in my lap right now as I talk to you guys. Guys, thank you so much for the dono, Michael. Guys, I think we have to make it clear that report would not have come out if Gigi didn't just come here. Familia has been designated for assignment, I saw. Guys, we brought Gigi in, and legit a minute later, a positive Mets report came out that they have talked with Ronnie Mauricio via trade, like to part with him. Frank, thank you so much for the $3 donation. Down to Phillies or Blue Jays for Thor. Hopefully he goes to Toronto because I wouldn't mind seeing him there. But if he goes to Phillies, I know the Mets are going to kick his ass. So either way, the Mets are fine there. But okay, we got to get some guys. Can we please get some Stormy hype in the chat right now? If it wasn't for Stormy, that report did not come out. She agrees. Yeah, she said, I told you so. There you go. There you go. There's your bunny good luck charm. There's your rally rabbit. We're down this stretch with 38 minutes to go in this ball game. And Stormy just came in and just dropped a nuke on us. There you go. Love that. She appreciates everyone talking her up, gassing her up. She appreciates that. All right, everybody. How are we feeling? Dave's just going to keep talking about random Mets out of nowhere. You got to look at Mark Gooden, Mark Gordon or Mark Gooden, Connor? Mark Gordon. You're talking about Mark Gooden then, because Gooden's the one that does the funny tweets. Let's see. Hold on. Making sure I didn't miss any of you guys. Not good. Do you guys think Mauricio's going to be traded? So we saw that report now that Ronnie has been discussed via trade. Do you think the Mets would? Do you think Mauricio's going to get traded, or do you think it's just going to go as far as saying that he was discussed? Let me know right now, guys. Seattle Mariners just acquired Jake Lamb from the Dodgers. Lamb, who's bounced around with a lot of teams as of late since his injuries that he's endured. I agree with Mauricio's value. I'm that's my biggest concern with Ronnie. Not just because his future is blocked in the Mets organization, but also because I just don't see him really progressing much more. He's been a little underwhelming the past year and a half. You know, like Ronnie hasn't risen as fast as you would have expected him to when he first got in the Mets top 10, top 5 prospect pool. So I don't want the Mets to give Mauricio away for nothing, but I most certainly would be content with them giving him away if that meant that you landed Wilson Contreras. TC, thank you for the dono. Enjoy DeGrom tonight, Mets fans. Get Chafin, bring up Alvarez. Stormy and Gigi will handle the rest. I love that. Thank you so much for the dono, TC. You're the best. Tim Brennan just tweeted the following, guys. Mets expect Darren Ruff could be with them tomorrow. I'll be at the Mets game tomorrow, by the way, everybody. So maybe I'll see him there. As Southpaw won't be pitching tomorrow, though. It'll be Anibal Sanchez. So the only way he gets in the lineup is if he pinch hits. Hold on. I'm seeing updates on Twitter as we speak, everybody. That's why I went hush hush. Okay, Michael Mayer just reported as well that the Mets, as we all know, have been wanting to trade Mauricio for quite some time, going back to last year's deadline. So yeah, he's still in there. Where are our damn relievers? They're gonna come. They're gonna come. Wardy, have I been checking out the Derek Jeter doc on ESPN? No, I have not. Have not. Not gonna lie, I've had a lack of interest there. Be right back, guys. How tall am I? I'm 5'5". If you're asking what my height is, I'm 5'5". I'm not big by no means. For anyone going to the Mets game tomorrow, look out for the short schmuck with this hat on and either a nice Mets jersey or a shirt that says WardyNYM on the back. I don't think it'll be too hard to spot. And I have like a bald spot right in the back of my head because I have alopecia and I need to get that, need to get like the ointment for it still. So it'll be pretty easy to spot me. And most of you guys will be looking down on me. So keep that in mind. But yeah, if you're at the game tomorrow, look out for your boy. I'll be there. Regazzo, is this something nice? Is this something nice from Pat? Based off numerous conversations I've had with Mets people in recent weeks, one possible pivot plan may be to call up top prospect Francisco Alvarez if they can't upgrade at the position before the 6 p.m. trade deadline. Should Cubs not budge off their ask? So it would appear that the Mets may be in good hands with getting offense at the catching position one way or the other. Now, I would like to emphasize that I'm not in favor of the Mets rushing up Alvarez. However, I have also said that if Alvarez proves himself in AAA, then that can be more warranted of a call up before the end of the year. Alvarez has done really, really well the past week and a half plus in AAA. So that continues. I can live with that. That's ballsy though. That's ballsy as shit though. That's the biggest thing. That's the thing. Alvarez, there's so much potential with Francisco, but that's just a lot. That's a lot to bank on right now. Okay, guys, let's talk for a minute. Let me hear everyone's opinion. We're a half hour away from the trade deadline ending. Would you guys be okay with Alvarez being called up if the Mets can't land Alvarez because the Cubs don't even trade him? Or would you be upset? Let me know your opinion. I'm curious because I know it's going to be very different here in the chat. So let me see it. Alex, thank you so much for becoming a member of the channel. Shout out Alex Cohn, great supporter here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Or was this just reported to come out by the Mets as a last type, not last resort, but similar to Vientos in trying to lower the Cubs' offer? Because that could make sense too. The same way that's saying that we'll take Vientos without a problem and we'll have him DH if we can't get Contreras or JDM. Because that is more than likely not going to happen. I feel like this might be part of a leverage game right now. I feel like that this is the Mets' way of trying to get the Cubs to drop earlier. It's a power play. I tend to agree with you, Rebecca. I actually do. I think that makes most sense. I do. Because I'm not sold on the Mets going all in and having their prospects play like this early. Because Alvarez has done great in AAA lately, but again, that's lately. That's still early. You think it's a game of chess? I think so too. That's what I'm going to go with. Rabbit stew looks good. Yeah, for like jackrabbits, not my lion heads, you dummy. Yankees have been talking to Marlins about Pablo Lopez. Yo, what the fuck? Pardon my French. Yanks will really solidify the rotation if they do that. Orioles just picked up Brett Phillips, by the way, guys. JD is a Met. I would like Martinez as a Met. If the Mets can't land Contreras, I would very much take in a JDM and potentially Shaw Murphy. I would live with that, but I don't think the Mets are going to get Martinez at this juncture. I could be wrong, but I don't know. It just doesn't feel as likely. Granted, we haven't heard anything, so I don't know. You're here for the rant, Butta? We'll see what happens. 25 minutes away from the deadline. Where am I taking callers after the deadline? Toussaint, probably not, because the Mets game will be playing not long after that. However, I may take Mets callers tonight after the Mets game, which we can talk. Actually, oh shit, I can't do that either. Never mind. No, guys, I'm probably not going to take any callers today because I have no time. I have to watch the Mets game. Then I'm going live after the Mets game. Then I have to record my podcast with Joe Serrano and Anthony Recker to break down the Mets moves and Jake's start today, and that'll be out early tomorrow morning. And tomorrow I'm leaving the house early tomorrow because I have to do a trip from PA all the way to eventually make the hike to DC because I'm going to the Mets game tomorrow. It's a 4:00 game. So yeah, a lot. Yeah, unfortunately, I won't be able to take callers today, but we will definitely in further like post games and stuff. Just don't have the time today, like at all, unfortunately. Yeah, I know Alvarez is over 1,000 OPS over his past 10. He's been killing it. He's been killing it lately, for sure. Thank you for that donation, brother. Dean, why aren't we freaking out to get to reliever? Well, one, there's still time. That's why. That's more than anything. Mets can even have discussions go past 6 p.m. as long as they're deep in discussions, guys. I guarantee that they've been in negotiations this entire time with players. Ruff is a right-handed bat. Yes, he is, and he rakes against lefties. Roughly 900 OPS against lefties. Yes, the Mets got a platoon player for a fellow platoon player that wasn't even good at platooning, JD Davis, Thomas Sapucki, who would do nothing with the Mets right now and does not have high upside at all, and 2 top 30 prospects. I think that's fair when you get a guy that for when he's going to be platooning is 50% better than the average player in baseball. So I'm not complaining about the Ruff move at all. Okay, let's just see. Let me ask everybody in the chat right now because I'm curious. I'm curious. Let's just go as simple as this, guys. We're 20 minutes away from the deadline. Are the Mets going to make any moves? Give me that. Give me a yes or no in the chat. What do you think? I know where I stand, but I want to know more of where you stand. Let me hear it. Are the Mets going to make any more moves today? Here, let me hear it. I can already tell what this reaction is going to be. I just realized I don't have any background music playing. That's weird. Hold on, everybody. Let me get the background. Oh, I see why. Okay, I think I see why the background music stopped. How long ago did the background music stop? I'm really full of myself, Peter. Oh, that's cute. I literally just asked everyone what their stance is on things. That was actually a pretty funny comment. There we go. I don't know how many times I need to make abundantly clear if the Mets don't do anything or the Mets don't add another bat, I'm not going to be happy. I never said I was going to be. This entire time I said I will not be happy if they don't do more. I expect them to do more, but if they don't, I won't be happy. Simple as that. Simple as that. There was no music the entire time. And yes, it's royalty-free music. I don't... What the hell? That's so weird. Okay. Yeah, I know that the Mets have been talking about adding Mauricio to packages. There was no music for 15 minutes. Thank you. My goodness. What did Martino drop? It's going to piss me off, isn't it? Wait, without even reading Andy, guys, can you tell me if it's good or bad news? Don't tell me what it is yet. Just tell me if it's good or bad news. Good or bad news, guys? It's nothing news. Mets still looking for bullpen. Nothing done as of this. Okay, so he's fucking nothing burger just for clicks. Very casual of Andy, who has everyone and their mother blocked on Twitter as is. Elia, thank you for the donation. If the call up Alvarez, do you think we can be the spark plug? He can be the spark plug like Conforto. Alvarez certainly has that potential. I just think that's I think that's just a big risk. I think that's just a big risk for Alvarez, who's finally starting to hit in AAA. He's been doing really phenomenal over the past week and a half, but he has the potential. However, I just don't see the Mets doing that. I would be a little surprised. I'm not going to lie. But again, who knows? I think the Mets said it. I think Alvarez's name was put out there in the public as more of a chess play, a leverage game, more so than it was anything else. Brennan with a $5 donation. Can you explain the amount of prospect capital controllable pieces the Padres have moved during trade deadline. They've given up a lot. They've given up like the large portion of their farm. They gave up, Hosmer. They parted with Hosmer separately. They parted with Voit as part of that deal with the Nationals. Mackenzie Gore, the big towering southpaw that's had a great rookie year besides his injuries. They gave up a lot. They gave up a lot of top outfield prospects, some nice arms too. They gave up a good amount of pieces. Of course, I felt sure that the Mets would be acquiring something big. Of course, I did. I don't think that was anything wrong for me to feel like from everything leading up till today. I don't think that was wrong for me at all. Why else would they be showing interest in the type of guys that they've been going after? Cohen better send E-Crap packing. Yeah, I will. Again, I just hope that the Mets make moves. If the Mets don't make any more moves, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Simply put. Michael Fulmer just got traded the Twins. Okay. Yep. I'm starting to bite my tongue now. I don't understand. If they don't land any bullpen, I'm legit going to lose my mind. Because that's at the absolute minimum what the Mets said that they were prioritizing the most today. They have to be adding bullpen. There's literally no fucking way they don't at minimum add bullpen. But regardless, I'm beyond pissed off right now. You got to see this coming. No, I did not have to see this coming with how well the Mets have been operating over this past year. Under Cohen, under Epler. So no, I disagree with that notion completely. And I want to know how engulfed the Mets have been in the Cubs market, because I'm curious as to if the Mets focused more on the Cubs when they knew it was a waiting game based on what the Padres would do, which is a risk, and the Cubs are now going to stand pat and not even part with Contreras. That's what I want to know, guys. I'm going to literally give Epler, this entire front office, an earful like you cannot even imagine if the Mets don't do anything more significant here. I promise you. I legit promise you. Todd, are you actually shitting on the Daniel Vogelbach trade? Because if so, you have no clue what you're talking about. You have no clue. Am I getting nervous? I'm getting antsy. I'm not going to lie. I'm getting a little antsy now. Not going to lie. I'm definitely getting antsy. Mets getting too complacent, even with them being roughly 30 games above 500, is a lot. Is a lot. Epler is going to look bad after saying the bullpen market was. Thank you. You're 100%. John, if they do not add one fucking reliever after Epler said that shit, you're 1,000% right. 1,000% right. They better add a bullpen. They better add bullpen. If they don't, you're 100% right, dude. 100%. I know the Mets were in on Fulmer. That was reported yesterday. You need to be all in this year. I just don't understand. I don't understand it either. Let me put it this way. I understand not wanting to give away key prospects for certain deals, but to not do it at all is different. All pitching, lots of guys on expiring contracts. This is a win now time. I agree. Wholeheartedly agree. With McGill returning, when they look for one reliever, I could see the Mets only landing one reliever. I said that. But we'll see. We'll see. Let me see. If Chafin gets traded elsewhere, I'm going to cry. I'm going to cry too. I'm going to cry too if that happens. Thor just got traded to the Phillies. That's fine. Mets are going to kick his ass. I'm looking forward to that. I'm not going to lie. That I'm not worried about. Tommy Pham not looking too bad right now. I mean, Pham is a lefty killer. However, Ruff's even better against lefties than Pham. Pablo, thank you so much for your $2 donation. I appreciate that. Hold on. There's so much shit happening at once. Mets are going to beat up on Thor. I'm looking forward to that matchup. Thank you for that donation again. Hold on, guys. 10 minutes left. I think what sucks most of all, guys, is that if the Mets full-on punted here, it's going to take away so much from them with what they're doing right now. You know, getting Jake back, which is phenomenal. I cannot wait to see Jake pitch tonight. However, everything's just going to be beyond underwhelming. Beyond fucking underwhelming. I'm going to lose my mind like you. And I told you guys. I told everyone wholeheartedly. I expected the moves. I expect them to do more. But if they don't, I'm going to rag on this team just as much, if not more, than every single one of you guys. I know my podcast layer is going to be absolutely heated when I discuss this with Anthony Recker and Joe Sorala. If no more moves happen. I'm legit going to lose my fucking mind. I'm not as worried if the Braves and Dodgers aren't making big moves. Seems to be wild card teams market because they're desperate. To a degree, yes. Mickey Moniak got traded the other way, by the way, to the Angels. For those that aren't aware. Hold on, guys. Getting caught up with everyone. I think Epler is saving all of his chips for a big Ohtani push in the offseason. I get that, but that's a big fucking what if for a team that's on a 100-win pace right now, trying to win a championship. And you see the contending teams around you get better. Braves, they did nothing that wowed me. Phillies, not doing anything. I mean, they got Robertson, so that was a great pickup for them. But other than that, they did nothing that wowed me. Dodgers, they did literally nothing that wowed me. Padres, yes. So I don't know if this is in hand with the Mets evaluating the rest of the NL and saying, hey, other than the Padres, nothing drastic. I don't know what's been, how reluctant, how the Cubs have been with Contreras too. That's another thing I don't know. Clearly they've been reluctant because it looks like Contreras isn't even going to get fucking dealt if he doesn't, what's it called? I don't even know what I'm saying right now. I'm just aggravated. Yeah, I saw Noah's going to Philly. Well, I know the Mets are still looking for bullpen help. Holy shit, though. How many days have you had to be looking for bullpen? Guys, I will turn on Billy Big Bucks just as fast as you. I promise you. I promise you. I'm not going to sit here and be a guy. I missed 2 donations. Shit. All right, let me get to them. I apologize. I promise you guys, I'm not going to sit here and try to fully defend the Mets if they do not do anything more. I legit promise every single one of you, I will not do that. I won't. I'm going to lose it. I'm going to lose it. All right, so I missed 2 donations apparently. Let me go back up in the chat. I apologize, guys. We got roughly 3,000 viewers. Jordan Montgomery just got traded to the Cardinals. What? They're going to get Pablo Lopez, bro. Bro, the Yanks are going to get Pablo Lopez. Why would they do that move otherwise? They're going to get Lopez. Makes a lot of sense. Your hopium is right. It's running low on me too, guys. We're 5 minutes away. I sincerely apologize for anyone's donations I missed today, guys. Like I said, when we have roughly 3,000 viewers in the chat, it's been awfully difficult. Awfully difficult. So, again, I really do apologize, everybody. I'm trying so hard to get caught up. I went through like so many hundred of chat messages just over the past like 3 minutes. So bear with me, everybody. Hold on, guys. Mets out of the fucking... I'm sorry for the swearing. He is a good reliever. I'm not complaining about the reliever, guys. Mets just got Michael Givens. That's actually a good reliever. I'm not complaining about Givens. That's a good move for them. I'm just underwhelmed by the Mets overall and what they've done here. Okay. Let's pull up Givens' numbers real quick, guys. Give me 1 second. Hold on, everybody. I'm looking up the numbers right now. Yeah, guys, I think it's safe to say the Mets just made their final move of the day. They're one of 2 moves on what has been an underwhelming day. This is a very good pickup in Givens. I just can't believe we just did a trade with the Cubs, though, and not Lane Contreras, man. I'd have to imagine the Cubs were really that stubborn. Michael Givens has a 2.66 ERA this year, an 11.29 K per 9, nasty. A 4 or so walk per 9. Don't love the walks, but it's not the end of the world. 3.3 expected ERA. Let's look at the whip. 1.25. No, Givens definitely helps out of the channel. I mean, not the channel. I said channel because I saw the donation. Brendan says, Silverline, your channel is growing. Oh, of course. And I always appreciate that. So thank you so much for that. But yeah, I'd imagine that the Mets are done. Harrison Bader got traded the other way. That's crazy. Hold on, folks. Bader went to the Yanks. Pablo Lopez is not being moved, actually. Okay, interesting. Interesting. Martinez said another. Wait, what? Mets trying for one more reliever? Okay. Give me Chafin, bro. If you give me Chafin and Givens, I will live with it. I will be underwhelmed by not getting that offense. But again, clearly the Cubs are not even training Contreras if he's not going to land with the Mets. Give me Chafin. Give me Chafin. It'll not be a loss today if you get Chafin and Givens. That'll be huge for the bullpen. Please, guys. Fingers crossed. Come on. We're literally in the final minute. Thank you for the donation, Boomerang. Michael Gibbons out of the 8th inning. Oh, bang. That's actually a really good move. Love this. Guys, hype in the chat. Thank you so much for that one, Boomerang. You're spitting facts over here. Michael Gibbons out of the 8th. Love that. Love that. That's actually Matt. I'm taking a photo of that right now. That's good. If the Mets get Chafin, I won't be nearly as disappointed with today. I will be disappointed that they couldn't land a bigger bat than what they got in the platoon. However, I will not be disappointed in the bullpen. They would have addressed bullpen for me. It's 6 o'clock, though. I don't understand how the Mets get this done. It's already 6. They have to be in discussions with someone else already. The Royals just trade Whit Merrifield. What? Where's Merrifield going? Where's Merrifield going? And thank you guys all so much. Dave, thank you so much for the donation, too. I appreciate you, brother. Hype in the chat to you. Apologies, guys. Again, we have like roughly 3,000 viewers, so I apologize if I missed some donations here. I'm not trying to. Where's what's his face? Where's Merrifield going? Cubs hurting themselves, not the Mets. I agree. It's the Cubs' fault if Contreras isn't dealt. Why is everyone saying Merrifield's going to the Braves? Don't tell me he's going to the Braves. Did the Braves get Merrifield? Is that official? Where do we think Merrifield's going, guys? I don't know why I thought Mariners too when that happened. I also apologize. Everything's running very heavy right now on my computer, so I do apologize for that. Merrifield to the Blue Jays. Okay, that's fine. Good for the Blue Jays. Merrifield to the Blue Jays it is. Okay. So the Mets got Givens and Ruff. Trade calls have to be submitted by 5:59. We can keep hearing trades trickling after the deadline. Yep, I'm aware of that. Thank you so much for the dono, no less. Appreciate that, my friend. I think the Mets are done. And I'm glad. I would have lost my mind if they did not acquire a reliever. However, I'm not. This is still an underwhelming trade deadline for me. Granted, I did say that I didn't think that the Mets needed to get 2 relievers. However, I need to look up Givens splits versus left-handed batters. Definitely need to look up that as well, just to see how he is effective against lefties as well. Yeah, this was just an underwhelming trade deadline. Really, I like the Mets. I don't dislike the moves the Mets made. That's the thing. I don't dislike those moves at all. It's just the fact that I expected more. I think that's the biggest and easiest takeaway, guys. Easiest takeaway is that I expected more. They didn't acquire bad players. They acquired really good players for what they are. Will be on the Mets. I think all of us Mets fans expected more today. That's the big thing. Mets trading away Holderman was terrible? No, because Vogelback has been really, really good for the Mets. I disagree with that completely. I agree that a blockbuster isn't always needed to win. Here's the thing, though, guys. Let's see. The Cubs. The Cubs aren't trading literally either Contreras or Happ. Like, what are they doing? They didn't need to trade Happ, but Contreras, like, what are they doing there? All this drama for nothing. Cubs literally pulled a Rockies is what they did. Disgusting. Merrifield of Blue Jays, he's unvaccinated. Yeah, he'll probably get vaxxed. Obviously. You can't play with him if he doesn't, so. What would you give up for Chafin? Mauricio? God, no. No, I would not give up Mauricio for Chafin at all. DFA Dom could happen. I don't think that's actually impossible at all. Dash, thank you for the $2 donation. So in case you guys are just chiming in, the Mets acquired Michael Givens, who looks like he's going to be the lone bullpen move for the Mets today. Givens is very good. Givens is not a bad pitcher at all. And the Cubs are not trading. Cubs are not trading Contreras. So there you go. Ridiculous. Need a left-handed pitcher, but the moves overall, 7 out of 10. Love you too, Lam. I appreciate that. Like I said, the Mets moves aren't bad. It's just that I expected more. And I want to know, did the Mets focus in on Contreras so heavy to the point where there weren't much pivot options? Did they not have as much interest as we thought? Like, I don't know. All I know is I'm not happy with the Mets not doing more than what they did. That's my opinion. Not that these guys won't be impactful. Givens is going to be very good for the Mets. He very much can be that 8th inning guy for them, which I like. And same thing that we're seeing there. So the Giants aren't even trading Rodon or Jock. So the Braves are done, guys. The Braves are done. So that's encouraging, at least. It appears like the Mets almost fed off of what they were getting from the rest of the NL. Because outside of the Padres going balls to the wall, no one else in the NL did that at all. It's just the Padres. They're the only team that did that. Can't tell me the Phillies did. They got Robertson, but that's all they did. Let's see. If I see Joely pitch another inning, I'm going to be sick. Oh, yeah. I don't blame you. Joely's time in the pen has to be done. I'd imagine it will be, though, because May is back tomorrow. So we very well could see the end of Joely sooner than later. Appreciate that donation. Dash, thank you so much for the $10 dono. I appreciate that as well. Hi in the chat to you. No more Red Sox trades. I'm assuming the Mets are done. But we'll see. Again, I can't emphasize this enough. I like the moves the Mets made. I just wish they did more. I'm disappointed that they didn't do more, personally. I think every Mets fan has a right to be disappointed that they didn't do more. Truly. Thankfully, the Mets were in a position where they didn't need to do a blockbuster. However, it would have been damn nice if they did. And for people wondering who the Mets lefty reliever is going to be, it's going to be David Pearson, clearly. Clearly, it's going to be David Pearson. You don't know what they try to do behind the scenes. I know, Patrick, and maybe we'll find out. Maybe we won't. Heard the Mets are working on one more trade. Yeah, that's if they have discussions already advanced by then. So we'll wait. We'll wait until we find the report that the Mets are officially done. Once we get that, we'll probably wrap things up, I would say. I do want to do something regarding Michael Givens. I might record that separately. I think I'll probably record that separately. Okay, Marino just tweeted this out. And the Braves just got Raisel Iglesias. They trade Jesse Chavez for him. So Iglesias, who's had an up and down year, they trade Chavez. So Raisel Iglesias, who has an nasty stuff high upside, however, he's been very hit or miss this year, is now a Brave. Michael Marino just tweeted, Chafin is the one I'm curious about for the Mets. They talked, no words on where he's going, but know the Mets had wanted one more in the pen. If the Mets get Chafin, I'll be pumped. I will be pumped. If the Mets get Chafin, I'll be very happy. Very, very happy. Hold on. We did not go for the kill here. We might live to regret. Let's see. Let's see. Again, Cubs are the reason why that happened. Yep, I saw that. Does this deadline... Hold on. I missed that. I'm sorry. I really want Andrew Chafin, man. But I feel like the Mets are done. Wait and see. We'll wait. We'll probably wait till like 9:30. We'll find out by then if the Mets made another move or not. So let's wait this out, guys. Everybody in the chat, you think the Mets are done with moves or you think they're going to let another reliever still? Let me hear it. Not sure how not sure how I feel about today. Thought we need a lefty pen help, but I guess we are banking on Miguel and Pearson out of the pen down the stretch. To an extent, yeah, and Trevor May. That's assuming if they don't land one more person. But yeah, everyone, let me know in the chat right now. How you guys feeling? Let me know if you guys think the Mets are going to land another reliever. I feel like the Mets are done. I could be wrong. I feel like they're done, though. Would sound good. No, that's hard to disagree. If the Mets got Contreras, that would have been different. However, though, it seems like this was clearly out of the Mets' hands and landing Contreras because he wasn't dealt anywhere. And I guess that's better than him being dealt somewhere else. You know what I mean? Henry with the dono. Any options in the Myers that can help the Mets bullpen? No. No. Adonis Medina, if anything. I really like Adonis Medina. However, it's underwhelming. I would like, if the Mets land Andrew Chafin, I think, let me put it this way. Guys, if Mets land Andrew Chafin, will everyone be happier than what they are right now in the chat? Let me know. Martinez says not done. Did he say like a new not done? Or was that from earlier? That was from earlier. So there's a healthy mix of fans that will be happier if the Mets get Chafin. But you will be happy if they get Chafin. I'll be happy if the Mets get Chafin. I won't be jumping for joy. Like, I won't think that the Mets won the trade deadline because they didn't. However, they would have addressed their areas of need, everything but catcher. That'd be the only thing. And the Mets can bite the bullet there. However, I'm glad that they at least got Ruff that can mash against lefties. Just would have liked if they got someone a little bit more than that, potentially. That's just me personally, though. If the Mets get Chafin, I'll be content. Me too. I really hope they get Chafin, but we'll see. Should have gone Vasquez. The Astros clearly prioritized him more. And Martinez is staying with the Red Sox. So a whole lot of... So stupid for the Red Sox, though. Like, I think what the most frustrating thing right now is, guys, is the fact that literally all the biggest names that the Mets have focused on the most, reportedly, are all the names. Mets are done. Mets are done. Mets are done. It's just Givens and Ruff. Okay. I like those moves, but I'm not happy. I'm not happy that this was it. We're done. I'm tight. I'm tight. I'm pissed. I'm not going to lie. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. I like these moves, but I'm not happy that they didn't do more. Man, oh, man. Man, oh, man. This is very underwhelming. Kane, thank you so much for the dono. The Atlanta Braves, I saw that are acquiring Raisel Iglesias. Yep. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that much. Man, I'm gutted. I'm just so pissed off right now. You have no idea. And the Mets just announced that Diaz was just named the reliever of the year. I can. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm looking up something real quick. Of course, my computer won't load, so never mind. Gun in my head, what do I give the Mets for this deadline? Based off of the guys that they were going after and who they landed? It's really hard to give them anything. I mean, tops, I would give them C minus. Tops, I would give them C minus. For the sole purpose, again, the guys that the Mets didn't acquire, the guys that the Mets acquired wasn't bad. I like who the Mets acquired. I just expected more. And I think everyone in the chat, let me know right now. So we got the 2,500 viewers still. Hold on, let me see if there was a donation. I feel like the only one who isn't mad. I'm just really disappointed. Okay, everybody in the chat right now, let me know. Are you guys disappointed? Is the best way to put it. Yes or no? Just give me in the chat. Are you disappointed with what the Mets did? Brandon, I was not living in dreamland for suggesting the Mets could get Contreras. It's almost like they pushed hard after him for literally weeks on end. Everything that I've talked about on the channel has been factually reported. It's nothing that I'm talking out of my ass at all. It's frustrating. Let me put it this way. I'm not happy right now. I'm not happy with them only doing this. That is the point I'm trying to make. You know, how do you think I feel? Guys, I don't like making content for weeks on end about potential fits for the Mets via trade, in which it's been factually reported that they're in on them, for none of those things to essentially happen other than, well, yeah, literally. Givens and Ruff were two guys that even depth moves I didn't discuss. Granted, Givens, Ruff, they both make so much sense for this team. Ruff is your bench option. That is a lefty bat. Givens makes plenty of sense. A guy that's a shutdown guy in the eighth. Not complaining there. But I'm not someone that enjoys making content talking about players just for it to not happen. I'm a fan like you guys. You hear what I'm saying? I'm just really disappointed. Very disappointed. I really hope that the Mets prove that they did not need to make enough moves. They did not need to make more than this. I hope the Mets prove us all wrong. That's what I hope. They're roughly 30 game above 500 team for a reason. I'm not even thinking about regular season right now, though, guys. I'm just thinking about postseason. And maybe that's shame on me for thinking ahead of myself. But Let's see what DeGrom has in store tonight, right? Let's see what has May back tomorrow. McCann Thursday. Whoop-de-fucking-do. Pardon my French. David Pearson, McGill out of the pen. McGill will be back in a couple weeks. Let's see what they do. If the Mets go out and have a run, I think that they will have proven that they did not need to do more than what they did here. So, like anything else, it's a wait and see to see how smart they were in the end or how rough it was. So, the Mets are very much good enough. I'm not concerned about the Mets being a really good baseball team. It's just a matter of it felt like a tease, if that makes sense, a little bit. Can we chill out a bit? Wilson and JDM weren't moved. I know. I'm aware. It would have been a million times worse if they were traded somewhere else. Can we have used a lefty? Yes, but it's nothing to lose sleep over. Teams just seem stubborn. I agree with you. I wholeheartedly agree with you. I think for me personally, it's just a matter of it would have been nice if maybe the Mets focused on more of a pivot than what they did. It seemed like no. I disagree with the same old Mets notion. However, I'm not happy with what I wish there was more. I wish there was more. Let me put it that way. I would have liked if the Mets maybe pivoted to Sean Murphy, but maybe he was too expensive because, again, he's controllable until like 2025, 2026, or 2027. Brandon, thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate that. And no, it's not fake news that the Mets got a reliever. They got a very good one in Michael Givens. I like that. I just wish that wasn't the only player that they were getting today from Chicago, right? But that's not on them at the end of the day. That's on the Cubs. What is on the Mets, however, is not maybe having enough of a pivot. And that's something that frustrates me. This trade deadline was pretty rough, not gonna lie. Good pun. Appreciate the dono. If you're not let's see. My bad. If you're not happy, give me a hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's it. Hopefully Jake can change things for me here because Jake's on the bump in like 40 minutes. No return. The Mets just gave up some low-level prospects for Givens, I'm pretty sure. Dom Smith won't be in the Mets lineup down the stretch, I promise you. For people wondering why the Mets ended up not getting a lefty, what was your phone call? Brian, you're missing me here, Brian. Oh, from earlier? It's not like it matters much now. Phone call earlier was just that the Mets were still pursuing Contreras up until the Cubs just wouldn't drop the price. That's what the phone call was. Dash, thank you for the $10 donut. I appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate everyone, guys. Trust me when I say that, as underwhelming as today was, I always appreciate doing these streams. They're an absolute blast. And like I said, I will be live for post-game show tonight. And hopefully we're going to be in better spirits. I think we surely will after Jake dominates this team, but we'll see. No, we cannot chill out in such a season of excitement. This was disappointing. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Today was a disappointment of a day. I'm not happy about it. I like the acquisitions for the Mets. I'm not upset with who the Mets acquired. I'm upset with what the Mets did not do more of. That's literally all I feel. I think that's the best way to put it. Would you guys agree with me in the live show right now? Do you agree? Do you guys like the moves the Mets made? Because I know I do. They're perfect for what the Mets need right now. But would you say that if anything, you're just upset or disappointed that the Mets did not do more? That's my take right away. That's exactly what my take is. What I don't like is seeing people say we don't. People saying they didn't. One, we don't know. Two, we can't make teams give us players or make them offer fair deals. LGM, man, the GOAT is back. 100%. 100%. Appreciate that. Brandon says, I like the Mets keeping their prospects, bringing up Vientos Alvarez bench. If the Mets bring them up, then we have a discussion. I don't know if they're going to or not, so that's a wait and see as well. But thank you so much for the dono, brother. I appreciate that. Hog, I'm shocked too. I'm shocked. Guys, Sandy is not the GM. If there's anyone you want to critique now, in which it starts with me, it's Billy Epler. Everyone has every right in the world to critique Billy right now if the Mets fall on their face by not doing more than what they did. However, if the Mets go on a run and they do something special this year and their acquisitions were factors, then we will praise him. So it's tough. Epler waited way too long. He didn't wait long, Simon. I think it came down to the Cubs being stubborn and just not dropping the end. Why go buy his last year when we have a better team this year? Well, Mets were desperate to make a big splash last year because there was outcry by fans and the offense was abysmal. Mets from Steve Cohen, as much as we may hate to say it, did not have nearly the same amount of pressure on them as they have in years past in addressing things, given where the team is and what they just felt that they needed to do with tweaking some things and pursued bigger moves if they can get them at the right price. Kish, thank you so much for the dono. We have a top bottom heavy farm. The Wilpons kill the farm and it's being rebuilt. That takes time. Mets will be far more active in years to come. No, I agree. I agree with you there for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so much for the dono, Kish. All right, guys, before we go any further, I just want to say how much I appreciate every single one of you that chimed into the show today. I'm sorry that, I look bummed. I am bummed today. I'm disappointed. This was a beyond underwhelming trade deadline. Once more, I really like the moves that the Mets made, but I'm just taken back by the lack of further moves that I felt that they would have made. So I have a lot of takes on this. I'll share more of it in my post-game show today. I'm going to share a lot of raw thoughts in my podcast that'll be out tomorrow as well. Just a lot I think we got to talk about. So I'm going to get into it all. But everyone here, I mean, look, we've had consistently 2,000+ viewers this entire show. You guys are insane. I love you all so much. I mean, the donations are absolutely absurd. You guys are literally nuts. 4.5 hours we've been live, 30,000 total views, helping us get past 17K subs. You guys are all the absolute best. So thank you all so much for that. I really do appreciate that. Brandon with the donation says, Mets are in a good position. They're the second best team in baseball without Scherzer for 7 weeks, not having to ground the entire season. No, the Mets are in a good position. It's not about what position the Mets are in, right? It's the matter of having an expectation, and that expectation is not met. So naturally, in the heart of it, which is right now, it can suck a little bit. So that's my takeaway. But Brandon, thank you so much for the dono. I appreciate you a lot, my friend. And Darren, thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you too. I'm very happy with Givens. I'm very happy with Ruff as that lefty specialist. Not complaining there. Okay, Mets fans, we're getting to 6:30. I'm gonna wrap up the stream. We're 4.5 in. Gonna eat some dinner. Gonna start to watch a Mets game. I may do a quick video on Michael Givens. If so, I will definitely have it out for you guys. So stay tuned for that. I'll probably, as long as it doesn't take too long, I'll try to have maybe a quick version of the Darren Ruff deal on my initial reaction to that and breaking it down on what it meant for the Mets, along with Michael Givens too. Hopefully, maybe throughout the Mets game, we'll see. Regardless, I'm going to try to get some more content out, and then I'll be live for post game. So stay tuned for all that, guys. I really, really do appreciate everyone's support. I know that, again, I'm disappointed like you guys are too. A very underwhelming trade deadline, and I definitely have more to say about this. Justin, thank you so much for the donation. The West will officially be cannibalizing each other. If we can win the division, we might not have to face LASC or Atlanta till the NLCS. No, you're absolutely right. Okay. All right. Love you guys. Thank you so much for the support of everyone. I will be back for post game. Okay. So I'll see you guys later. Love the moves for the Mets. Just wish they did a little bit more. I think that's an understatement. Have a good one, guys. Be back in a little bit.